supposed that she will continue to be so, for at last poor Brother Brigham has found a woman of whom he stands in dread. It is doubtful whether he loves her, but nobody in Zion doubts that he fears her. It is said that the prophet has confided so many of his secrets to Amelia that he is obliged to submit to her tyranny for fear of her leaving him and exposing some of his little ways which would not bear the light. Be that as it may, it is generally believed that after all his matrimonial alliances he has found at last his master in the person of Amelia. Even good saints, friends of the prophet, secretly enjoy the idea of him being at last brought under petticoat government, for it is believed that Brigham used unfair means to obtain her, and that at last he only gained his object by deluding her into the belief that the Lord had revealed to him that it was her duty to become his wife. One thing is very certain, he was as crazy over her as a silly boy over his first love, much to the disgust of his more sober brethren, who felt rather ashamed of the folly of their leader. At the theatre a seat was reserved for her at his side, and in the ballroom the same special attention was shown to her. He would open the ball, and after dancing with each of his other wives, who might be present, simply for appearance' sake, the remainder of the evening was devoted to her. For all that, his inconstant heart could not remain faithful to her, and old habits and feelings, to all appearance, have come over him again, and he has gone astray. Julia Dean, the actress, was the first to draw him from Amelia's side, and it would have been a sorry day for Amelia if Julia had favored the prophet's suit. Then the charms of Mary Van Cott touched his sensitive heart, to say nothing of Eliza Ann, his last, but yet not his best beloved. With all this experience, and the constant evidences of the fickleness of Brother Brigham's heart before her eyes, there is no wonder that poor Amelia feels compelled to hold tight the reins now that they are in her own hands. For if it is not much to be known as Brigham's wife, it is a great deal to be known as his favorite. As for the future, it is whispered that Brother Brigham has lately been setting his house in order, and in the ordinary course of nature, Amelia is almost certain to outlive for many years her aged lord. She therefore can afford to wait for the good time coming. But Amelia knows that she would sink into oblivion if he were to cast her off for another before his death. Number 14. Mary Van Cott Cobb Young, who became Brigham's wife after his marriage to Amelia, is a very handsome woman about 28 years of age. She is tall, slender, and graceful, and has been married to the prophet about 6 years. At first he appeared to be very devoted to her, but Amelia soon put a stop to that. Nevertheless, she has since her marriage presented a little daughter to her lord, greatly to the annoyance of Amelia, who has no children, and who is reported to have said some naughty things about the matter, which was very wrong of her, for Mary Van Cott is known by everyone to be beyond reproach or suspicion. She is said to be very unhappy, and though Brigham has provided her with a fine house and every comfort, yet she seldom sees him, not perhaps more than once in 3 months or so, though it is generally believed that his spirit is willing, but Amelia won't allow it. Number 15. Eliza Ann Webb D. Young, whose separation from Brigham Young has attracted so much public attention, has told her own story in her own words, which, as it forms an interesting page in the biography of the prophet, I shall now present exactly as it was written to the reader. I was living on my father's farm in Little Cottonwood, when in the summer of 1867, Brigham Young informed my father that he wanted me for a wife. Brigham, with a number of the apostles and elders from this city, was visiting Cottonwood on a Sunday and held 2 meetings for preaching. It was at the close of the forenoon service on that occasion that he walked up to me and said, Had I not better accompany you home? I said, certainly, if you wish to. On the way to my father's house, Brigham asked me if I had had any proposals of marriage since I had obtained a divorce from my first husband. I answered him, yes, that I had had several proposals. He then asked if there was any one of them that I wished to accept. I said no, on which he said that he would like to give me a little advice. He advised me not to wait to marry a person whom I loved, but to marry some good man whom I could respect and look up to and receive good counsel from. I thanked him for his counsel, and as my home was so near to the place of meeting, the conversation abruptly terminated. I thought nothing further of it. His brother Joseph and George Q. Cannon joined us at the dinner table, and while there Brigham and the others remarked how youthful I had grown since I had got out of my former troubles. As I had much improved in every way, I did not regard his observations as any intended compliment or any indication of what afterwards I learned to be passing in his mind. At the close of the afternoon service, he went up to my father, took him aside, and talked for at least 2 hours to him about me, and told him how he had watched me from my infancy, saw me grow up to womanhood, had always loved me and intended to marry me. But having taken Amelia just after the law was passed in Congress prohibiting polygamy, he feared to take another wife soon after, lest it should make trouble, or he would have taken me then. My marriage with the young man was unlooked for to him, and when he was made acquainted with it, he did not just like to stop it, he said, and so he let it go on, but always hoped that the time would come when he would have me. He wanted father and mother to use all their influence with me, and it would be the best thing I could do. He asked father if a good house, well furnished, and $1,000 a year pocket money would be enough for me, and added that if it was not sufficient, I should have more. Father answered that he thought it would be sufficient. Brigham stood 2 hours or more with father, and kept the whole of the carriages that conveyed the party standing, waiting till after sundown, and little did I think that I was the object of interest. When father came home, he told mother by herself, and then they told me. I cannot describe my feelings. I was frightened. The thought of it was a perfect horror. I thought father had gone crazy, and I would not believe his statement for hours. When I realized that it was a fact, I could do nothing but cry. The idea of an old man, 67 years of age, the husband of about 20 wives living, asking me at 22 to be added to the number, filled me with the utmost abhorrence, and when I saw that my parents were under his influence and sustained his proposition, I was ready to die in despair. Oh, the horrible hours that I spent in crying and moaning, no tongue can picture. When father saw that I took it so badly, he told me that I would not be forced into it, but if I could bring my feelings to it and accept Brigham, it would be pleasing to him, and mother favored it in the same way. About a month after this, I was in the city with an intimate lady friend, and as we were walking near to Brigham's house, he came to the gate and waited for our arrival. When I saw him, I thought that I would get up courage to tell him that I would not marry him, but I could not say it. That peculiar influence that he throws over everybody when he has a purpose to effect completely overcame me. He did not allude to the subject at all. I shook hands and passed on. He became very kind to my parents and saw father frequently. He sent for me to come to the city on several occasions, and met me at my father's city residence and talked to me about marriage, told me how pure his feelings were, and that his only motive was to do me good, save me in the kingdom, and make me a queen. All that had no effect upon me. It only disgusted me the more, and the fear that I dared not resist him never left me. This continued for nearly a year. My eldest brother had had some business transactions with Brigham and one of his sons, which resulted in trouble and ultimately in financial injury to my brother. Brigham had been very angry with him and threatened to cut him off from the church. I heard of those threats, and, believing at that time in Mormonism, I heard them with deep sorrow, and confess that in hopes of turning Brigham's anger away from my brother, I began to entertain the thought that I would yield to his request. I argued, as many inexperienced persons do, that as I had had a sorrowful life and my heart was crushed, my future life was nothing, and if I could sacrifice myself for my brother's interest and please my parents, I would at last submit. Finally, Brigham named the marriage day and informed me through my father that what I required in preparation for my marriage he would furnish, but I would accept nothing. A day before my marriage, he brought me 3 dress patterns, 1 silk and 2 merino, and handed to me a purse with a $50 bill. On the blank April, 1868, I was married to him in the Endowment House by Heber C. Kimball, his first counselor. My father and mother were present with others. Brigham's brother, Joseph, also took to himself a wife at the same time. After the ceremony, I walked over with him to the conference, and in the evening I returned to my father's house and remained there for a month. For the first few months I had considerable of his attention. His visits were frequent. After that, his business cares so occupied him, he said, that he could only call about once in 3 months. After that, he came just as it happened. When I was married, he wanted my mother to live with me in the city, and a year from the marriage he sent us to take charge of his farm, where we remained till last August, and I removed again into the city. While I was at the farm, he came very seldom to see me, and oftentimes while he would visit and look round at the farm, he never came into the house. I had caused him no trouble. Indeed, he had said I was the best wife he had, for I had never given him a cross word or look. But for that good temper I take no credit, for my silence was all through fear. I never loved him, and never said to him that I loved him. I looked upon him as a heartless despot. From the very beginning of my married association with Brigham Young, his manner of providing for me was of the meanest character. I had to come up, even from the farm, 4 miles distant, to the commissary of his family, and was glad when I could get 5 pounds of sugar, 1/4 of a pound of tea, a bar of soap, and a pound of candles. That I would get about once a month. About a year ago I complained to him that I had not sugar enough, and he allowed me what I required. When I returned to the city, he furnished me a house in a very ordinary way, and I continued to live in the best manner I could. But it was the same stingy way. When a beef was killed, I got some fresh meat, but I was frequently months without seeing it. Tired with this manner of existence, I asked his permission to keep boarders, with the view of aiding myself and procuring for one of my sons a musical instrument, as he was passionately fond of music. The permission was granted, and I kept boarders from last March. My house was small, and the business was not very lucrative. I consequently went to him 6 weeks ago, and asked him to aid me, to give me some assistance to make life tolerable. He seemed angry and complained that he had so many expenses, and that he wanted me to keep myself, to take the money that I had saved to buy an organ for my son, and keep myself and family with it. I got a stove out of him, but that was all. During the last year I obtained from him 2 calico dresses. This interview made me sick, and I was in bed for a week with heart sickness. One of the boarders, who was a lawyer, and his wife asked what ailed me, and I told the story of my troubles and inquired if there was no redress. He said that he thought that there was, and he would consult with other lawyers and see what could be done. During all my sickness, while I was his wife, he showed the utmost indifference. He would hear what I had to say, but make almost no answer. Last fall I was attacked with pleurisy, and I managed to get to his office to see him, to tell him how ill I was, and that I needed some few things. He appeared to comprehend something, and finally called John, the commissary for the family, and told him to get me 2 bits worth of fresh meat. He has not been inside my house for nearly a year. While I was feeling bad, I read Mrs. Stenhouse's book, and that showed me things in a clearer light than I had seen them before. I knew every word was true from my own sad experience, and it encouraged me to leave the hateful polygamic life, and I am glad I have done it. About 5 weeks ago I got very weak. I don't know what was the matter with me, probably general debility from grief and mental suffering. My boarders, seeing my condition, aided me freely and were very kind to me. I resolved to leave his house, packed up my clothes, and instructed an auctioneer 2 weeks ago to take away the furniture and sell it, as a part of it was my own, and I thought I was entitled to the rest. The suit commenced has been instituted by my attorneys, who have every confidence that I can obtain alimony. But whether I do or not, I think the world should know Brigham Young as he is, and my story is a page of his biography. This is the story of Eliza Ann told in her own words. She is the only wife whom Brigham has not supported, but she has been allowed to keep Gentile boarders. I suppose Brother Young had some reason when he made this exception. Miss Eliza R. Snow, number 16. Miss Eliza R. Snow I mention here, as I have not followed the order of date. She and the 3 ladies whose names I shall presently give are the proxy wives of Brigham living with him. Eliza Ann, who has become notorious of late, is popularly known as his 19th wife. She is his 19th living wife, and the last wedded according to date. But if the deceased wives were taken into consideration, she might perhaps be about the 30th. In this list I have put all the living wives who are sealed to Brigham for eternity first, and thus I count Eliza Ann number 15. But had I placed the proxy wives, who are only Brigham's for time, in the list, she would of course be the 19th. The newspapers which have written her into notoriety know nothing of proxy and spiritual wives. All are alike to them. Eliza Roxy Snow is always spoken of among the saints as Miss Eliza R. Snow. I have already mentioned her, and need therefore only add that Eliza is the high priestess and poet general of the church. She is highly thought of by the saints, and the year before last was one of a company of Mormon missionaries who visited the Holy Land for the purpose of consecrating it to the Lord. Last summer she traveled through the settlements in Utah, urging women to enter into the celestial order. She is only a proxy wife to Brigham and will belong to Joseph Smith in the resurrection. Number 17. Zina D. Huntington Jacobs Young is another proxy wife and a widow of the prophet Joseph. She too will have to be handed over in the day of reckoning. She has one grown-up daughter of whom I shall presently speak under rather interesting circumstances. Number 18. Emily Partridge Young is a tall, dark-eyed, handsome woman, and she also is a proxy wife, a relict of Joseph. When Joseph died, Brigham told his wives that they were at liberty to choose whom they would for husbands, and some of them showed their appreciation of his generosity by choosing him himself. Thus it was that Emily Partridge became Brigham's wife. The prophet has dealt kindly to his brother Joseph Smith through her, for she has quite a family of children to be handed over with her. She was young and handsome when the prophet died, but perhaps it would be wrong to suppose that that had anything to do with Brigham's generosity to his brother, for it is generally believed that he took all those wives of Joseph from pure principle. Number 19. Augusta Cobb Young is a very fine-looking woman, and must have been quite handsome in her youthful days. As I before stated, she formerly lived in Boston, but hearing Brigham preach, she fell in love with him, abandoned her home, children, and husband, and taking her youngest child with her, went to Salt Lake City and was married to the prophet. It was she who, when Brigham began to neglect her, wanted to be sealed to Christ, but was ultimately added to the kingdom of Joseph Smith. Now these are the prophet's wives, his real living wives, 19 in all. How many spiritual wives he has had, it would be impossible to say. Probably he himself does not know their number. Lately, I believe, he has been making his will, and if so, I suppose he has taken count of all. He has, besides, in various parts of Utah, many other wives, who are all more or less provided for, but they are of little account, and he seldom or never sees them. The 19 whom I have named form his family at home, as I may say, are all under his own roof, or at least they live in Salt Lake City and are known to everyone as his wives. The number of his children it would be very difficult to estimate. I can count up by name between 40 and 50, and I think the prophet's living children are rather under the latter figure. His family has, however, been much diminished by death, though since I went to Utah this has not been the case so much as I believe it was formerly. One Mormon writer, a very reliable and trustworthy man, says that the children that the prophet has lost would fill a fair-sized graveyard. This very probably may be true, as in the early days of the settlement in Utah, privation and the lack of proper medical attendance must have constantly proved fatal to the young children of the saints. But it was before my time, and therefore I cannot speak from personal experience. A Mormon gentleman one day told me a very funny story in reference to the prophet and his little family. He said that he had just had occasion to call in at a store in Main Street to make some purchases, when Brigham himself came in and entered into conversation with him. A smart-looking, clever little boy entered the store a few minutes after and handed a note to the proprietor. Brother Brigham seemed to be greatly interested in the child and asked him several questions in a playful way. Turning at length to my informant, he said, "That's a nice boy, Brother Blank. Whose child is it?" This was a very awkward question, for the gentleman was aware that the child was one of Brigham's own. He did not like to tell him so he replied indirectly, "He's one of Mrs. Young's children, President." The prophet looked somewhat amused, but did not utter a word in reply. I give this story only for what it is worth and no more. The gentleman who told it doubtless expected to be believed, but knowing the prophet and his family as I do, I consider the statement exaggerated, to say the least. It is a heavy responsibility to have 5 and 40 children, most of them girls too, without being accused of forgetting their personality altogether. In his habits and mode of living, Brigham Young is very simple, or at least was so until recently. When I first knew him, he was dressed in plain homespun, homemade, and every article about his person and his houses was as plain and unostentatious as could possibly be. But the importation of Gentiles and Gentile goods since the opening of the railway has worked a great change. His wives, who once carried simplicity of dress almost to the verge of dowdyism, have now acquired a taste for Eastern fashions, and I think if Brigham were a younger man, and were likely to live another 10 years, he would find that wives were more expensive luxuries now than they were in the era of dugouts and sunbonnets. The prophet's first home in Utah was a little cottage which is now known as the White House. The same house, I believe, which was valued at $60,000, and which Brother Tennant supposed he bought. A more scandalous and barefaced robbery never was perpetrated. This on the hillside north of the Eagle Gate, and is now the residence of his first wife, Mrs. Angel Young. The Beehive House is the official residence of Brother Brigham. There he used to reign supreme as Governor Young, and thence he now issues secular and ecclesiastical edicts to all who acknowledge his sway. There is one lady resident in this house, Mrs. Lucy Decker Young, and no one else is permitted to intrude upon its privacy. Here the Prophet has his own private bedroom, and here he breakfasts when he has been home overnight. The Lion House is what ought to be the home of the Prophet, for here nearly all his wives reside. He has, however, many other houses in the city. On the basement floor, the dining room, kitchen, pantry, and other general offices. The first floor is divided by a long passage with doors on each side. On the right hand, about a half-dozen wives with small families find accommodation. On the left, at the entrance, is the parlor, and the other rooms on that side are occupied by mothers with larger families and ladies who have a little more than ordinary attention. The upper floor is divided into 20 square bedrooms. There is no extravagance in the furniture or apparel of these wives, but they are comfortable and kept neat and clean. Again and again, the Prophet has declared that the $10 fees which are obtained from the divorces provide his wives with pin money. I do not believe a word of this, as the amount thus obtained is far more than the avaricious soul of the Prophet would allow to pass out of his hands for feminine vanities. But I know of another source of income which is open to the wives. They are allowed all the fruit, peaches especially, which they or their children can gather or dry. This, in fact, is pretty nearly their only pin money. Their lord is not a generous man, and they have to make the most of trifles. The Prophet usually dines in the Lion House at 3 in the afternoon. Mrs. Twiss Young, as I mentioned before, acts the part of housekeeper, and she acts it well. At 3, punctually, the bell rings, and the mothers with their children move down to the dining room. They are all seated at a very long table, which is lengthened by turning round at the end of the room. Each mother has her children around her. Brigham sits at the head of the table with his favorite when at home, vis-a-vis, or on his left, and if a visitor is present, he sits at the Prophet's right hand. The repast is frugal but ample, for Brigham is a sober and exceedingly economical man. This is the first time he sees his family. In the evening, at 7 o'clock, the bell again rings, and the mothers and the children again fill the sides and end of the parlor. When they are all seated, the patriarch enters, takes his seat at the table, and chats quietly with those who chance to go in with him to prayers. When all the members of the family are assembled, the door is closed. All kneel down, and the Prophet prays, invoking special blessings upon Zion and the kingdom. This is the last that his family will see of him for the day, unless they have occasion to seek him privately. With his family, Brother Brigham is said to be kind, but it is supposed to be more the awe which his position as Prophet inspires than the love which they bear him as a man, which renders him successful in managing them. At the same time, that sweet familiarity is destroyed which should exist between husband and wife, father and children. With such a number of wives, he cannot possibly wait upon them in visiting, and in the ballroom and other places of amusement, with the exception of his reigning favorite, whoever for the time she may happen to be. No one expects his attentions. At the theater, a full number of seats are reserved, and his wives attend or remain at home as they please. They sit in the body of the parquet among the rest of the people, but one of the 2 proscenium boxes is reserved for him, and beside him is a chair for the favorite, Amelia. When he goes to the ball, the same attention is shown. He dances first with the favorite, and if half-dozen more of his wives have accompanied them, he will dance with each of them once in the course of the evening. But with the favorite he dances as frequently as any youth in the ballroom with his first maiden love. The apostles and leading men of the community who dance attendance on him and desire his favor are sure to seek the pleasure of her hand and place her in the same cotillion with Brigham, who is thus able all the evening to enjoy her company. Some of the apostles and elders look with pain upon this boyishness of the prophet and deplore it. Many of them are attached to their first wives and have shown them consideration and attention which has not always pleased Brother Brigham. I have heard more than one of them express a wish that the prophet had been a little more attentive to his own first wife. It is only fair to Amelia, the reigning favorite, to state that she has always been kind and respectful to Mrs. Angel Young. Up to within the last few years, the community heard nothing of the prophet's family but what was strictly decorous and creditable. If there was any wrongdoing, it must have been very effectively hidden from the knowledge of outside observers. His wives are kind and faithful mothers, seeking to live their religion and ambitious to increase the glory of their Lord. I know them all personally, some of them intimately, and while I have heard from some with heavy hearts of their difficulties in bearing the cross which all Mormon women have to sustain, they have tried, I know, to be submissive, and I think it due to them that I should make this present recognition of their goodness of disposition and purity of soul. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Tell It All by Fanny Stenhouse. The origin of the Reformation, extraordinary doings of the saints. From time to time in the course of this narrative I have had the occasion to allude to a certain period of extraordinary fanatical excitement among the saints in Utah, a period which was there popularly termed the Reformation. And I think that a brief sketch of the terrible sayings and doings of that time and the causes which led them may be interesting to the reader, and may help to explain much which to a Gentile must otherwise be very obscure. The popular idea of Mormonism is that the peculiar feature which distinguishes it from all other Christian sects is polygamy. To a certain extent this is of course true, but it is only a partial statement of the truth. If polygamy were to be relinquished, it would still be found that Mormonism had really very little in common with other sects, and very much that was completely antagonistic to them. The Confession of Faith published by Joseph Smith during his lifetime would certainly deceive an uninitiated person, and it was in consequence of the ambiguity of that very document that so many unsuspecting persons were from the beginning of Mormonism led astray by the teachings of the missionaries. The convert was told that the Mormon faith proclaimed the existence of one true God, but he was not told that Father Adam was that deity, and that he is like a well-to-do farmer. He was told that Christ was the Son of God, but he was not taught that the Virgin Mary was the lawful wife of God the Father, and that he intended after the resurrection to take her again as one of his own wives to raise up immortal spirits in eternity. He was told of faith in a Savior. He was not told that men were the only saviors of their wives, and that unless a woman pleased her husband and was obedient and was saved by him, she could not be saved at all. He was told that the saints believed in the Holy Ghost, but he was not told, the Holy Ghost is a man, he is one of the sons of our Father and our God. You think our Father and our God is not a lively, sociable, and cheerful man? He is one of the most lively men that ever lived. And yet, although such fearful and shocking blasphemy was of course hidden from the convert whom it was desirable to impress with the idea that Mormonism was only a development of Christianity, it was openly taught in the sermons in the tabernacle before thousands of people, and inculcated in the writing of the highest authorities. The passages which I have just quoted were preached in public, taken down in shorthand, were revised under the superintendence of Brigham Young or one of the chief leaders, were then printed and published in Salt Lake City, and afterwards reprinted in another form. The verbal repetition of such blasphemy as this would be simply painful and disgusting to any right-minded person. I shall therefore endeavor to give an idea of some of these outrageous doctrines without entering too closely into details. Should the reader, however, wish to search and see for himself, I refer him to the journals of discourses, the files of the church papers, and the publications of the Mormon writers generally. One of the first innovations upon the received faith of ordinary Christians was the doctrine of polytheism. There can be no doubt that even in Joseph's time that doctrine was taught, although, as in the case of polygamy, all knowledge of it was kept from everyone but the initiated, the strong men who could be entrusted with the inner secrets of the church leaders. That such a doctrine, however, was beginning even then to form parts of the faith of the saints may be seen in the following lines upon the occasion of the prophet's murder. Unchanged in death with a Saviour's love, he pleads their cause in the courts above. His home's in the sky, he dwells with the gods, far from the furious rage of mobs. He died for those he loved. He reigns in realms above. Many other instances even stronger than this could easily be given. The Mormon idea of the other world, while in some respects it differed from the teachings of certain modern spiritualists, was not altogether dissimilar. The soul was said to be immortal, and it had 3 stages of existence. The first was purely spiritual, the state of the soul before it came into this world. Spirits in that condition were not perfect. They must first take a fleshly body and pass through the trials of life before they could attain to the highest state of existence. Hence it was a solemn duty, as well as their highest privilege, for men to practice polygamy. Their duty, as by this means and by this alone, the yet imperfect souls now waiting to come into this world could ever hope to be admitted into the celestial kingdom, and a privilege. Thus all the souls whom they thus assisted to emigrate would form their own kingdoms in eternity, over which as kings and priests they would reign for ever and ever. The second stage of the soul's existence is the mortal, with which we are all sadly well acquainted. The third is the condition subsequent to the resurrection, when they believe the flesh and bones will form the raised body, but the blood will not be there, for the blood is the principle of corrupt life, and therefore another spirit supplies its place in heaven. That Christ partook of some broiled fish and part of a honeycomb is evident from Holy Scripture. The Mormons therefore teach that heaven will be very much the same as earth, only considerably improved. We shall not marry there or be given in marriage. Hence it is necessary for us to marry here, and to marry as much as we can, for then in heaven a man will take the wives whom he married on earth, or who have been sealed to him by proxy. They will be his queens, and their children will be his subjects. We shall eat and drink and feast, and spend a happy time generally. We shall henceforth never die, hence shall we ourselves be gods. It was in the pre-existent state, the Mormons teach, that the work of salvation was first planned, but not after the fashion believed by all Christians. A grand celestial council was held, at which all the sons of God appeared. Michael, the father of all, presided and stated that he proposed to create a new world, of which he proceeded to give some details. His first begotten then arose and made a speech in which he proposed that Michael, his father, should go down to the world when created with Eve, his mother, and do there much after the fashion of what is related to our first parents in the book of Genesis. He himself would descend some thousands of years subsequently, and would lead his erring brethren back and save them from their sins. Lucifer, the second son, then stood forth and unfolded his plan. Jealous of the popularity of his elder brother, he proposed to save men in their sins. Great discussion ensued, in which the unnumbered family of heaven divided into 3 parties, one under each of the 2 elder sons, and the third standing neutral. After a terrible conflict, Lucifer, the second son, was defeated, and with all his followers was driven out of heaven. They descended into the abyss, where they founded the infernal kingdom, of which Lucifer became the chief. He was henceforth known as the devil. Adam created his world and carried out his part of the plan, and in due time the eldest son, who conquered in heaven, took upon him the form of flesh, dwelt among men, and was known as their Redeemer. The spirits, who stood neutral during the fight, subsequently took upon them forms of flesh, entering into the children of Ham, and were known as Negroes. Therefore it is that although the American Indians and all other races are eligible for the Mormon priesthood, the Negro alone can never attain to that high dignity. It is only natural, amidst all this confusion of ideas, to ask, who then is the real originator of created things? In the eternity of matter, the Mormons have from the first believed. But they have supposed that the formation of worlds and systems had definite dates, although they are unknown to us. Far away in the immensity of space is Kolob, the great and glorious Son of Sons, the abode of the first principle of Godhead, of which we can form any conception. Around that Sun, countless other systems revolve, of which ours is one. That Sun itself may be only one of many other systems, whose origin and existence is lost in inconceivable space, and concerning which we can form no just realization while in this finite state. From the first source in Kolob, other gods have proceeded in precisely the same way as genealogies and family trees have been continued on earth. Each new patriarchal god has formed his own earth out of the aggregation of matter, and over that earth he reigns. On the 9th of April, 1852, Brigham Young publicly announced that, when our father Adam came into the Garden of Eden, he came into it with a celestial body, and brought Eve, one of his wives, with him. He helped to make and organize this world. He is Michael, the archangel, the Ancient of Days, about whom holy men have written and spoken. He is our Father and our God, and the only God with whom we have to do. This public declaration gave great offense and led to the apostasy of many. Nevertheless, Brigham Young thinks that just as Adam came down to Eden and subsequently became a god, in like manner he also himself will attain to the Godhead. Heber C. Kimball, zealous to go a step further, declared that Brigham was God, and that he, Kimball, stood towards him in the same relation as the third person in the Blessed Trinity does towards the first. It will hence be seen that subordination is one of the first principles of the Mormon faith, and this even in the church organization of the saints has been distinctively shown. For the purposes for which it exists, the Mormon hierarchy could not be surpassed. Of the priesthood there are 2 orders, the Melchizedek and the Aaronic, of which the former ranks first and highest. The lowest rank in the church is the deacon, and he looks after the places of meeting, takes up collections, and attends to other similar duties. Next comes the teacher. He visits the saints and takes notes of their standing, and reports the same. Weakness of faith or backwardness in paying tithing is never overlooked by him. After him is the priest, and above him is the elder, whose office it is to preach, baptize, and lay on hands. All these belong to the order of the Aaronic, or the Levitical priesthood. Bishops are simply church officers having local jurisdiction. The lowest grade in the Melchizedek priesthood is the elder. He administers in all the ordinances of the church. Above him there is no higher rank as respects the priesthood, but in respect to office there are various gradations, as for example the high priests, the 70s, and bishops, who occupy positions of authority, although both go on missions, and also the apostles. The apostles were chosen in imitation of the 12 appointed by Christ, and in the same way the 70s, in imitation of the 70 disciples sent forth to preach and work miracles. They claim rank next to the 12. The quorum of the apostles is presided over by the eldest of their number. The quorums of 70s are each composed of 70 elders with a president and 6 counselors. The number of quorums is unlimited, and over them all collectively is another president and 6 counselors. The highest authority in the church is the first presidency. Brigham Young, George A. Smith, and Daniel H. Wells, who are said to represent on earth the 3 persons of the Blessed Trinity. As, from President Young down to the most illiterate elder, every one is supposed to be specially inspired and to be immediately guided by the gift of the Holy Ghost. Education is utterly unnecessary to the members of the Mormon priesthood. In fact, it has always been looked upon as an impediment to its possessor. Obedience is considered the highest qualification, and it was the strict enforcement of obedience on the part of the ordinary people and the lower grades of the priesthood towards the higher that alone could have made possible that state of affairs which existed during the Reformation. Hence also it is that Brigham Young and the leaders are rightly held responsible for the deeds of violence and fanaticism which their followers may perpetrate, for it is well known that no Mormon, in a matter of grave importance, would dare to act upon his own responsibility, and without he felt sure that what he did would meet with the approbation of those in authority. There is another class of church officer which I had very nearly forgotten — the patriarchs. The chief of these is called the presiding patriarch over the church, and the rest are patriarchs in the church. The office of these dignitaries is to bless the people and to be paid for their blessings. The price of good blessings is variable. Not long ago, when money was scarce and payments were made in produce, $2 was considered reasonable, and if several were wanted for the same family, a reduction was made. Hyrum Smith, the original prophet's eldest brother, was the first patriarch, and to him succeeded Uncle John, as he was popularly called, the eldest brother of Brigham. The present patriarch is the son of Hyrum, still a young man, who obtained his office by inheritance, and this, I believe, is about the only office in the church which Brother Brigham has permitted the Smith family to inherit or enjoy. Odd as it may seem, some of the people have quite a passion for these blessings. I knew one old French woman who was said, like the woman in the parable in respect to the physicians, to have spent all of her living upon them. I met her one day with a flannel petticoat under her arm which she was going to sell. Upon inquiry, she frankly told me that she had given her last cent and had sold every scrap of any value which she possessed, and nearly all of her clothes, in order to obtain blessings, and as she did not understand English, she was now going to sell her old petticoat, the very last article of any value which she now possessed, in order to pay an old dame who knew a little English for her services in translating the blessings. She was in a state of great sorrow at the thought that now her supply of blessings would be stopped, she would have to do without. The patriarchs, however, at no time possessed any particular official weight, and from them never proceeded any of those strange doctrines which excited the people to violence and bloodshed. In a religious sense, this outrageous fanaticism was all originated in the first place in Missouri by some of the more prominent men, such as Sidney Rigdon, Dr. Avard, David Patten, and others, doubtless with the connivance of the prophet Joseph, not long after the organization of the church, and subsequently by the extreme and preposterous doctrines constantly inculcated by Brigham Young, among whom Jedediah M. Grant and Heber C. Kimball were the most conspicuous. In a political sense, it was the natural result of the peculiar position of the Saints in Missouri, Ohio, and Illinois, and of the ridiculous threats of Brigham Young against the federal government after the exodus of the Mormons to the Salt Lake Valley, together with the idea, which had become popular among the people, that a temporal kingdom was to be set up among the Rocky Mountains, and that Christ should personally reign and rule there. The idea of reviving the old Jewish polity was always uppermost in the minds of the first teachers. Hence they revived the priesthood and high priesthood in their various forms. A magnificent temple was built in Nauvoo, just as another temple is now being erected at Salt Lake City, and so far did they go that it was even determined that the ancient sacrifices should eventually be restored. At the same time, while the minds of the Mormons, newly converted and fired with zeal, were bent upon founding the kingdom of the saints on earth, the people of Missouri, among whom they dwelt, heard that even in social life the customs of the Jews were to be introduced, and that polygamy was to be practiced. Husbands and brothers trembled for their wives and sisters, and the hatred to the new religion was increased when it was observed that the Mormons in every political movement held all together and voted as one man, thus exercising an influence which no ordinary religious sect could have possessed or wielded. This, the discipline of the hierarchy to which I have already referred, enabled them to do. Ill feeling was shown on both sides in 1,000 petty ways at first, with more serious results presently. The Mormons were accused of circulating large quantities of base coin, of cheating and defrauding the Gentiles, as they called everyone, even Jews, who rejected the new religion, and of even being guilty of darker crimes, which last charge, however, was only at first hinted at. On the other hand, the Mormons accused their enemies of every possible villainy of which men and women could be guilty. The real fact would appear to be that both the Mormons and their enemies were at that time guilty of much wrongdoing against each other, while at the same time much that was alleged on both sides was utterly groundless, and only originated in the natural jealousy which Western pioneers, rough and ready frontiersmen, such as the people of those parts then were, would naturally feel when enlisted in two parties animated by religious and political hatred against each other. Now came whisperings of still more atrocious deeds. It was alleged that among the Mormons a secret body of men had been chosen who were enrolled under the most frightful oaths to avenge every wrong which might be perpetrated against the saints. This band was said to have originated with Sidney Rigdon and Dr. Samson Avard, and, as I have somewhere else mentioned, Thomas B. Marsh and Hyde, the present chief of the Apostles, both made affidavit that such was the case, and that the band was sworn to commit the most shocking acts of vengeance. And surely Marsh and Hyde ought to know. Various names were chosen for this Death Society. First, the members were called the Daughters of Zion, from Micah 4:13. But as it sounded rather ridiculous to speak of bearded ruffians as daughters, that name was abandoned, and the title Avenging Angels substituted, and that, with some other names then temporarily used, were subsequently dropped for the name Danites, from Genesis 19:17, which has since been retained, not by the Mormons, for they have ever denied the existence of any such band, but by the Gentiles. It matters very little what the name of such a society might be, so long as it existed at all, and that it does and has existed in some form cannot reasonably be denied. There probably is not at the present time any formally enrolled society, but it is quite certain that for many years past, if the Church had only dropped a hint that any man's blood ought to be shed, that man would have had a very short tenure of his life. Even Brigham himself said publicly, "If men come here and do not behave themselves, they will not only find the Danites, whom they talk so much about, biting the horses' heels, but the scoundrels will find something biting their heels. In my plain remarks, I simply call things by their own names." It is beyond a doubt that, notwithstanding all the social changes and improvements of late years, the secret police of Salt Lake City are in matters of crime, as well as in fact, though not perhaps nominally, the successors of the original Death Society. Many of its members are known to have committed grievous crimes and to have repeatedly dyed their hands in blood. The shocking deeds that every now and then are divulged to the world are all of their doing, and no resident of Salt Lake City, whether Mormon or Gentile, although he might prudently decline to state his opinions, would in his mind question the fact that it is fear of consequences, and only because the Saints are on their good behavior in the sight of the Federal Government, that the hands of these wretches are withheld from a continuance of their old enormities. As might be supposed, the establishment of a secret band of men professedly ready at a moment to steal, to shed blood, or commit any crime at the command of their leaders created great excitement in the whole state of Missouri, and especially in the vicinity of the Mormon settlements. Like the Ishmaelites of old, the hands of the Saints were against every man, and every man's hand was against them. They were taught that they were a chosen nation, a royal priesthood, a peculiar people. The sword of the Lord and of Gideon was to be theirs. They were to go forth conquering and to conquer, and the Gentiles were to be trodden down beneath their feet. As might be expected, trouble immediately arose. The people of Missouri outraged the Mormons, and the Mormons in return outraged them. Murders, thefts, and the most shameful atrocities were of daily occurrence, and the history of those terrible doings would fill a good-sized volume. Suffice it to say that the excitement continued and increased, reprisals being made on both sides. Finally, the mob was triumphant, and after committing many fearful excesses, it was organized into a militia, the leading men in authority declaring that the Mormons must either leave the state or else they must be extirpated by the sword. Notwithstanding all this, the Mormons at all times an industrious people were in one sense successful and prosperous. The morality, however, of some of their leading men was, to say the least, very questionable. It was openly argued that the silver and gold were the Lord's, and so were the cattle on 1,000 hills. The Scripture says that God has given His people all things richly to enjoy. The Saints were the people of God. He had given them all the wealth and substance of the earth, and therefore it was no sin for them to help themselves. They were but taking their own. To overreach or defraud their enemies was facetiously called by the Mormons milking the Gentiles. Their city, called Nauvoo, the Beautiful, a name given by the prophet Joseph and supposed to be of celestial origin, was well laid out and well built. A costly temple was nearly complete, and the leaders at least began to show signs of wealth and prosperity. This, however, was but the lull before the storm. Writs upon various charges against Joseph and the leading elders had always been floating about, and the serving of some of the later ones had only been prevented by technical difficulties or the personal fears of the sheriff. To enter Nauvoo for the purpose of arresting the Prophet was like bearding the lion in his den, for by this time one of the best equipped and best drilled militia regiments under the name of the Nauvoo Legion had been organized, and Joseph had been elected Lieutenant General. The regiment consisted solely of well-tried Mormons who were devotedly attached to their leader, besides which the whole of the population of the city was at his call at a moment's notice. Into the city of the Saints, as far as it was possible to prevent it, no Gentile was allowed to intrude. It was at the risk of life and property that anyone ventured. One oddly original mode of driving out the devoted stranger is worthy of mention. It was called whittling a man out of the town. Opposite the victim's door, a number of men and overgrown boys would take up their quarters, each armed with a stout stick of wood and a huge knife. No sooner did the Gentile appear than the whole horde gathered in a circle round him. Not a word was uttered, but each man, grasping firmly his stick in his left hand, pointed its other end to within a few inches of the victim's face, while with the knife in his right hand he sliced a shaving out of the wood in such a way as to bring the point of the knife almost against the face of the unfortunate man. Wherever he turned they attended him, always preserving the strictest silence and never actually touching him. The intolerable sensation caused by the whittling of this strange bodyguard, who were in attendance day and night, and the unpleasantness of seeing half a score of sharp knives flashing perpetually within an inch of his nose, generally subdued the strongest-minded Gentile. Few could endure it for more than a day or so at the utmost. They were glad to leave, whittled out of town. The evil day, however, at last came. The Prophet, fearing arrest, fled, but was persuaded to return and deliver himself up. The charge against him was one for which reasonable bail could be taken. Bail was offered, accepted, and the prisoners discharged. Before leaving court, however, the Prophet and his brother Hyrum, the Patriarch, were arrested upon a trumped-up charge of treason, a charge for which it was impossible that bail should be taken. They were therefore committed to custody in Carthage jail, under solemn promise from Governor Ford of Illinois that the State should be answerable for their personal protection. The same day, however, a mob of over 100 men, assisted, it is said, by the militia who were left in charge, burst into the jail and assassinated the Prophet and his brother. As might be supposed, this outrage by no means weakened the Mormon cause. Their Prophet was now a martyr, and his name more powerful after death than it could possibly have been had he lived. It was, however, clearer than ever that nothing could now reconcile the people of Illinois to the Mormons, and the latter seriously began to think of leaving the State in a body, as they had formerly left Missouri. The terrible doings of those times I have no idea of relating just now. I simply allude to them in order that the reader may understand how, in the excitement produced in that border warfare, it was possible for such strange events as afterwards transpired in Utah to originate. I may simply add that the temple being completed and the first endowments given there, the people gathered up what little property they could rescue from the mob, and under the guidance of Brigham Young, and amidst privations, sufferings, and outrages of the most painful character, left the city which they had founded in Illinois and set out for the Rocky Mountains, where, beside the Great Salt Lake, they founded their modern Zion. Free now from the violence of mobs and Gentile enmity, it might have been supposed that the hatred which had so long been part of the Mormon faith would have died a natural death. The contrary, however, was the case. The Mexican War was then raging, and en route to the Rocky Mountains, the Mormons had received a proposal from the Federal Government that they should supply a regiment, upon highly advantageous conditions, to join the United States troops, which were then operating in California. This suggestion was kindly made, for it was thought that the Mormon regiment thus raised would in reality be only marching their own way to going to California, and that the outfits, pay, arms, and so forth, which were to be theirs after the year for which they were enrolled had expired, would be of essential service to them. It was like paying men liberally for making a journey for their own benefit. Notwithstanding all this, Brigham Young and the leaders represented the transaction in quite another light, and the people were taught that an engagement into which they had entered of their own free will, and from which they had derived substantial advantages, was an act of heartless cruelty and despotic tyranny on the part of the government. This feeling was fostered until at length the Saints as a body regarded themselves as a wronged and outraged people, and considered every Gentile, in fact the whole nation, as their natural enemies. This was perhaps all the more singular since after the vast tract of country of which Utah forms a part had, at the end of the war, been wrested from Mexico, Brigham Young had been appointed by President Millard Fillmore the first governor and Indian agent of the territory. He was therefore in federal pay, and bound, as long as he retained office, to support the government, or at the very least not to stir up disaffection. Trouble soon arose between Governor Young and the Mormons on one side, and the judges and United States courts and officials on the other. Once an armed mob burst into the Supreme Court and forced the judge then sitting to adjourn. At another time a bonfire was made of the books and papers of the district courts. Then a judge on the bench was threatened with personal outrage, and subsequently a posse summoned by legal process encamped for a whole fortnight over against another posse summoned without legal process, the two bodies burning with bitter hatred and breathing out threatenings and slaughter. Such a state of affairs could not, of course, last long. On the one side, the wildest statements were publicly made against the government. Threats, which uttered by a little band of pioneers against a mighty nation, were perfectly ridiculous, stirred up the hearts of the Saints. On the other hand, it was pretty certain that federal troops would have to be sent out to Utah to preserve the peace of the territory. The federal government was nevertheless defied, abused, and derided, and the people, thoroughly blinded by their fanaticism, did not for a moment doubt that should Governor Young declare war, the United States troops would vanish before the armies of the Saints like chaff upon the threshing floor. So absurd does all this appear that I should really hardly venture to repeat it, were it not that everyone in Utah, Mormon and Gentile, knows that I am really understating facts rather than otherwise. Now came a crisis in Mormon history, for which all these wild sayings and unlawful doings had been so long paving the way. The Reformation was destined to be the crowning point of saintly folly and saintly sin. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Tell It All by Fanny Stenhouse. The Reign of Terror in Utah. The Reformation of the Saints. The people were now thoroughly excited. Their religious antipathy, their political hatred, two of the most powerful passions which move individuals or bodies of men, had been appealed to, and both in public and private they had been stirred up to a pitch of frenzy which it is hardly possible at the present time to comprehend. There were whisperings now of a most fearful doctrine, calculated not only to strike terror into the hearts of those whose faith was weakening, but even to shock with a sense of horror those who only heard of it from afar. I mean the doctrine of the blood atonement. The saints had all along been taught to distinguish between murder and the shedding of innocent blood, the former being spoken of as a crime for which atonement might be made. But for the latter there was no repentance on earth. It was an unpardonable sin. They were also taught to distinguish carefully between sins which might be forgiven and sins for which pardon was impossible. Now the difference between murder and shedding innocent blood is this. The latter is the crime of killing a saint, which can never be forgiven but by the death of the transgressor. But the former is of a quite different character. To murder a Gentile may sometimes be inexpedient, or perhaps even to a certain extent wrong, but it is seldom if ever a crime, and never an unpardonable sin. A friend of mine was in a state of apostasy. The bishop went to her to expostulate, and told her that if he were her husband, he would get rid of her and take away her children as well. He would not on any account live with her. "Perhaps," she said, "you would not allow me to live at all." "Certainly not," he replied. "I would think about as much of killing you or any other miserable apostate as I would about killing a cat. If Brigham Young were to tell me to put you to death, I would do it with the greatest of pleasure, and it would be for your good too." Thus, when the famous Revelation on polygamy says that a man cannot be pardoned for shedding innocent blood, it does not mean that he cannot be pardoned for murdering a Gentile or an apostate, for that, under some circumstances, might even be meritorious, but that the murder of a saint by one of the brethren cannot under any circumstances be forgiven on earth, and that his only chance of forgiveness lies in his own blood being shed as an atonement. Certain sins cannot be forgiven here on earth: shedding innocent blood, divulging the secrets of the endowment house, marital unfaithfulness on the part of the wife, apostasy. These are unpardonable. All other crimes which Gentiles abhor may become even virtues if done in the cause of the Church. I do not, of course, mean to say that the mass of the Mormon people act to such atrocious doctrines, for although when among themselves they would admit that the theory was correct, the better instincts of their nature keep them from even putting that theory into practice. But what I do mean to say is that such doctrines have, over and over again, been distinctly taught in the plainest words in the public hearing of thousands, that they have been printed and reprinted by authority, that they have been practiced, and the very highest of the Mormon leaders have applauded. It is this day a matter of fact, and not a matter of question, that if any Mormon apostate were to commit any of the unpardonable sins which I have mentioned, and if he or she were to be assassinated by a private individual, all zealous Mormons, indeed the leaders, would maintain that not only was the deed justifiable, but even meritorious. This may seem bad enough, but it is not the worst. The doctrine of the blood atonement is that the murder of an apostate is a deed of love. If a saint sees another leave the church, or if even he only believes that his brother's faith is weakening, and that he will apostatize before long, he knows that the soul of his unbelieving brother will be lost if he dies in such a state, and that only by his blood being shed is there any chance of forgiveness for him. It is therefore the kindest action that he can perform toward him to shed his blood. The doing so is a deed of truest love. The nearer, the dearer, the more tenderly loved the sinner is, the greater the affection shown by the shedder of blood. The action is no longer murder or the shedding of innocent blood, for the taint of apostasy takes away its innocence. It is making an atonement, not a crime. It is an act of mercy, therefore meritorious. These were the terrible teachings which the Reformation brought to light. They had been whispered before among the elect, and had been acted upon by the avenging angels, but before this they had never been publicly and intelligibly explained. As I before said, the saints had been excited to a condition of frenzy, and were ready to engage in any fanatical folly. But the way in which the spark was applied to the powder was as ridiculous as its results were terrible. Jedediah M. Grant, an enthusiast of the wildest kind, a man without education or mental discipline of any description, one of the first presidency, and high in authority among the saints, had occasion to attend a meeting which was held at Kaysville, a place about 25 miles distant from Salt Lake City, and he invited some of the elders to meet him there to take part in the proceedings. To one of these, Jeddy, as he was familiarly called, obligingly lent a mule. He himself did not accompany the party, but went on before. These elders were pretty well mounted, and one of them, being a good horseman, made the rest keep up with him. In consequence of this, when they arrived at Kaysville, the beasts were heated and tired. The Apostle Jeddy watched them, but said nothing. Up to a certain point, the meeting passed off pleasantly enough. The elders present were good at testimony, and strong in exhorting their hearers to faithfulness. Jeddy was the last speaker. He began in his usual way, but presently warmed up until he became quite excited, and then proceeded to accuse every one present of all sorts of wrongdoing. The elders who had preceded him came in for their full share. He denounced them for their inconsistency and hypocrisy, and bitterly upbraided them for running his mule and their own beasts in such a manner. The bishop of the place and his counselors he accused of inactivity and carelessness, and he called loudly upon every one present to repent and do their first works, threatening them with speedy judgments of heaven. All this was well enough if it had stopped there, for it might have been taken for just what it was, an ebullition of temper on the part of Jeddy, who was naturally vexed that his mule had been overheated. But like many other manias and epidemics, this Mormon movement began with a most insignificant trifle, and the spirit of fiery denunciation became perfectly contagious. Another meeting was held in the course of a few weeks, and then the mutual accusations of those who were present became, if possible, more bitter than before. The saints were denounced as the vilest of sinners, and they were all commanded to be rebaptized. Accordingly, after the meeting, although it was night and the weather was cold, a considerable number were immersed by the elders, and Jeddy himself was so enthusiastically engaged in the performance that he remained in the water so long that he got a thorough chill and contracted the disease of which he died. Sunday after Sunday similar scenes were repeated in the tabernacle until, had it not been painful, the whole affair would have been ludicrous in the extreme. Every one had strayed from the path of duty, and the fact was announced in the strongest terms. People were called upon by name to publicly confess their sins, and many were then and there pointed out and accused of crimes of which they were entirely guiltless, but which they dared not deny. In the midst of all this, the duty of implicit obedience to the priesthood and the payment of tithes was loudly insisted upon. Then the missionaries were sent out all over the territory armed with the full authority of the priesthood, and also a catechism which, on account of its obscene character, has been bought up so successfully by Brigham that it is doubtful if there is a copy in existence. The Mormons have a curious way of appointing missionaries. If a man is weak in the faith, a depraved bad man, or even a youth with wild tendencies, and inclined to sow his wild oats a little too luxuriantly, he is sent on his travels to preach the gospel. Nothing strengthens a man's faith, it is thought, more than having to defend it from the opposition of unbelievers, and the enforced good example which the missionary is obliged to set will, it is said, produce a salutary effect upon the exuberance of youth or the depravity of more mature years. In the present instance, many of the missionaries thus sent forth were known to be as immoral as they were grossly ignorant. There was one terrible meeting at which Brigham himself was put to the blush. Men of note were there. No one was present who did not belong to the priesthood. Jeddy held forth, and Heber and Brigham were strong upon the occasion. In the midst of the proceedings, Brother Brigham, full of confidence, in the plainest words called upon all who could not plead guiltless of certain crimes to stand up. 3/4 of those present immediately arose. Utterly shocked, the prophet entered into explanations, but self-convicted these 3/4 of his hearers stood conscientiously firm. Even Brigham saw the necessity of taking some stringent measures. The saints were told that if they were rebaptized, their sins would be washed away, and they could then say they were not guilty of the crimes suggested in the catechism. Subsequently, the catechism itself was, as I said, bought up and burnt. The burden of every sermon was unquestioning obedience, repentance, payment of tithing, and above all the taking of more wives. The missionaries, without the slightest ceremony, would visit the houses of respectable saints, examine them out of the abominable catechism, and question husbands and wives in the presence of their children about even their very thoughts, in a manner and upon subjects which would amply have justified their being hung up to the nearest tree. Lynch law was, in fact, too good for such atrocities, wicked ideas, the utterance of which would have called forth a blush even if heard from the lips of a drunken rowdy in a pot-house, were suggested and explained to young children, while it would have been literally at the risk of life for their parents to have expostulated. To do so would have shown want of faith, and want of faith would have justified some fanatical scoundrel in using his knife or his pistol for the loving purpose of cutting off his brother's soul from earth, in order to save it in heaven. Meanwhile, Jedediah did not for a moment cease his exhortations. The work must be done thoroughly. The blood atonement must not be forgotten. On one occasion in the tabernacle, this crazy fanatic said, "I would advise some of you men here to go to President Young and confess your sins and ask him to take you outside the city and have your blood shed to atone for your sins. There are men and women that I would advise to go to the President immediately and ask him to appoint a committee to attend to their case, and then let a place be selected and let that committee shed their blood. I would ask how many covenant breakers there are in this city and in this kingdom. I believe that there are a great many, and if they are covenant breakers, we need a place designated where we can shed their blood. We have been trying long enough with this people, and I go in for letting the sword of the Almighty be unsheathed, not only in word, but in deed." Lest he be mistaken, he said, "What ought this meek people, who keep the commandments of God, do unto them? Why, says one, they ought to pray the Lord to kill them. I want to know if you would wish the Lord to come down and do all your dirty work? When a man prays for a thing, he ought to be willing to perform it himself. Putting to death the transgressors would exhibit the law of God, no matter by whom it was done." Heber C. Kimball, the model saint, after a speech to the same effect, in which, as usual, he made use of the most disgusting language, added, "Joseph Smith was God to the inhabitants of the earth when he was among us, and Brigham is God now." But more shocking than any other was the language of Brigham Young himself. On the 21st of September, 1856, in a discourse delivered in the Bowery, Great Salt Lake City, and afterwards reprinted by authority in the Journals of Discourses, Volume 4, pages 53 through 54, he said, The time is coming when justice will be laid to the line and righteousness to the plummet, when we shall take the old broadsword and ask, "Are you for God?" And if you are not heartily on the Lord's side, you will be hewn down. There are sins that men commit for which they cannot receive forgiveness in this world or in that which is to come, and if they had their eyes opened to see their true condition, they would be perfectly willing to have their blood spilt upon the ground, that the smoke thereof might ascend to heaven as an offering for their sins, and the smoking incense would atone for their sins, whereas, if such is not the case, they will stick to them and remain with them in the spirit world. I know when you hear my brethren telling about cutting people off from the earth, that you consider it a strong doctrine, but it is to save them, not to destroy them. I do know that there are sins committed of such a nature that, if the people did understand the doctrine of salvation, they would tremble because of their situation. And furthermore, I know that there are transgressors who, if they knew themselves and the only condition upon which they can obtain forgiveness, would beg of their brethren to shed their blood, that the smoke thereof might ascend to God as an offering to appease the wrath that is kindled against them, and that the law might have its course. I will say further, I have had men come to me and offer their lives to atone for their sins. It is true that the blood of the Son of God was shed for sins through the fall and those committed by men. Yet men can commit sins which it can never remit. As it was in ancient days, so it is in our day, and though the principles are taught publicly from this stand, still the people do not understand them. Yet the law is precisely the same. There are sins that can be atoned for by an offering upon an altar, as in the ancient days, and there are sins that the blood of a lamb, a calf, or of turtle doves cannot remit, but they must be atoned for by the blood of the man. One would have supposed that even Brigham had now reached the culminating point of horror and blasphemy, but no, a month or so later he even surpassed himself, when in a tabernacle sermon he said, "When will we love our neighbors as ourselves? In the first place, Jesus said that no man hateth his own flesh. It is admitted by all that every person loves himself. Now, if we do rightly love ourselves, we want to be saved and continue to exist. We want to go into the kingdom where we can enjoy eternity and see no more sorrow nor death. This is the desire of every person who believes in God. Now take a person in this congregation who has knowledge with regard to being saved in the kingdom of our God and our Father, and being exalted, one who knows and understands the principles of eternal life, and sees the beauties and excellency of the eternities before him compared with the vain and foolish things of the world. And suppose that he is overtaken in a gross fault, that he has committed a sin that he knows will deprive him of that exaltation which he desires, and that he cannot attain to it without the shedding of his blood, and also knows that by having his blood shed he will atone for that sin and be saved and exalted with the gods. Is there a man or a woman in this house but would say, 'Shed my blood that I might be saved and exalted with the gods'? This would be loving ourselves, even unto an eternal exaltation. Will you love your brothers or sisters likewise, when they have a sin that cannot be atoned for without the shedding of their blood? Will you love that man or woman well enough to shed their blood? That is what Jesus Christ meant. He never told a man or woman to love their enemies in their wickedness, never. He never meant any such thing. His language is left as it is for those to read who have the spirit to discern between truth and error. It was so left for those who can discern the things of God. Jesus Christ never meant that we should love a wicked man in his wickedness. I could refer you to plenty of instances where men have been righteously slain in order to atone for their sins. I have seen scores and hundreds of people for whom there would have been a chance in the last resurrection there will be, if their lives had been taken and their blood spilled on the ground as a smoking incense to the Almighty, but who are now angels to the devil until our elder brother, Jesus Christ, raises them up and conquers death, hell, and the grave. I have known a great many men who have left this church for whom there is no chance whatever for exaltation, but if their blood had been spilled, it would have been better for them. The wickedness and ignorance of the nations forbid this principle being in full force, but the time will come when the law of God will be in full force. This is loving our neighbor as ourselves. If he needs help, help him. If he wants salvation, and it is necessary to spill his blood on the earth in order that he may be saved, spill it. Any of you who understand the principles of eternity, if you have sinned a sin requiring the shedding of blood, except the sin unto death, should not be satisfied or rest until your blood should be spilled, that you might gain salvation you desire. That is the way to love mankind. Light and darkness cannot dwell together, and so it is with the kingdom of God. Now, brethren and sisters, will you live your religion? How many hundreds of times have I asked that question? Will the Latter-day Saints live their religion? And so, according to Brigham Young, their prophet, this was the religion of the saints, and the people acted up to the religion thus taught. And the story is so terrible that one dare not even whisper all its details. It is no secret that all this was understood literally. The wife of one elder, when he was absent on a mission, acted unfaithfully towards him. Her husband took counsel of the authorities, and was reminded that the shedding of her blood alone could save her. He returned and told her, but she asked for time, which was readily granted. One day, in a moment of affection, when she was seated on his knee, he reminded her of her doom, and suggested that now, when their hearts were full of love, was a suitable time for carrying it into execution. She acquiesced, and out of love he cut her throat from ear to ear. In many instances, the outrages committed against persons who were known to be innocent were so revolting that no woman, nay, even no right-minded man, would venture to more than just allude to them. A few, however, and only a few, and they by no means the worst, of the milder cases I will just mention. There was the murder of the Aiken party, 6 persons, who were killed on their way to California. The same year, a man named Yates was killed under atrocious circumstances, and Franklin McNeil, who had sued Brigham for false imprisonment, and who was killed at his hotel door. There was Sergeant Pike, and there was Arnold and Drown. There was Price and William Bryan at Fairfield. There was Almon Babbitt and Brassfield, and Dr. Robinson. There was also James Cowdy and his wife and child, and Margetts and his wife, and many another too, to say nothing of that frightful murder at the Mountain Meadows. Besides these, there is good reason to think that Lieutenant Gunnison and his party were also victims, although it was said they were shot by Indians. The Potter and Parrish murders were notorious. Forbes and Jones and his mother might be added to the same list. The dumb boy, Andrew Bernard, a woman killed by her own husband, Morris, the rival prophet, and Banks, and 4 women who belonged to their party, Isaac Potter and Charles Wilson and John Walker. These are but a few. The death list is too long for me to venture to give it. One instance I can give from my own personal knowledge. A sister who occasionally does a little work at my house on one occasion said to me, "Mrs. Stenhouse, when first I came to this country I lived in the southern portion of Utah. One day I saw a woman running across the field towards our house, pale and trembling. When she came in she looked round her as if she were frightened, and she asked if anyone besides our own family were present. On being assured that there was no one present whom she might fear, she said, "2 men came to our house late last night and asked to see my husband, who had already retired. He was in bed, but they insisted that he must get up as they had a message from the authorities for him. When they saw him, they requested him to go with them to attend, they said, to some church business." I became very much alarmed, for my poor husband had been known to speak rather freely of late of some of the measures of the church. But he tried to reassure me, and finally left the house with the 2 men. In about an hour after, they came back bearing between them his lifeless body. They laid him upon the bed, and then one of them pulled aside the curtain which constituted our only cupboard, and took therefrom a bake kettle, and stood it beside the bed in order to catch the blood that was flowing from a fearful wound in his throat. They then left the house, telling me to make as little noise about it as possible, or they might serve me in the same way. The men were masked, and I cannot tell who they are, but I spent a fearful night with my poor dead husband." This sister added, "Sister Stenhouse, in those more fearful times we dared not speak to each other about such things, for fear of spies." These are all well-known and notorious instances. I say nothing of those of whose fate nothing, not even a whisper, was ever heard, and I say nothing of the frightful cuttings off before the Reformation and in recent years. Gentile men and women were killed for hatred, and that killing was no murder, for theirs was not innocent blood. Apostates and saints of doubtful faith, and those who were obnoxious, had their blood shed, all for love, and that cutting off was also no murder, because to secure their salvation by cutting their throats was an act of mercy. Can it be possible that men should thus act and say and believe that Jesus, the gentle and merciful Savior, commended it when he said, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself"? All through this reign of terror, marrying and giving in marriage was the order of the day. It mattered not if a man was 70 years of age. According to Brother Brigham, he was still a boy. The brethren are all boys until they are 100 years old, and some young girl of 16, 15, or even younger would be counseled, that is commanded, to marry him. She might even have a sister no older than herself, and then as likely as not he would take the 2 to wife, and very probably both on the same day. The girls were told that to marry a young man was not a safe thing, for the young men were not tried. It was better to marry a well-tested patriarch, and then their chances of exaltation in the kingdom of heaven were sure and certain. In this way, the lifelong happiness of many a girl, little more than a child, was blighted forever. At the time of which I speak, every unmarried woman or girl who could by the utmost stretch of possibility be thought old enough to marry was forced to find a husband, or a husband was immediately found for her, and without any regard to her wishes was forced upon her. Young men and even boys were forced not only into marriage, but even polygamy, and none dared resist. The marrying mania, in fact, was universal and irresistible. Everyone must marry or be given in marriage. So evidently was this the case that women in jest said if one were to hang a petticoat upon a fence pole, 6 men would flock at once to marry it. Absurd as this may seem, it was not very far from the truth. Young men and maidens, old men and children, widows, virgins, and youths, in fact everyone, whether married or unmarried, it mattered not, it was counseled, commanded, to marry. There is above fanaticism a stronger law which, despite every effort of the deluded victim, will occasionally make itself heard — the voice of nature. even during that strange time in which every saint seemed to have gone stark crazy mad, the frightful anomaly of men of 50, 60, and even 70 marrying mere children, girls of 14 and even 13, forced itself upon the attention of some of the leaders. The question arose, an odd question to Gentile ears: at what age is a girl old enough to marry? Considerable discussion ensued, and even in the tabernacle the subject was taken up. The voice of authority, however, eventually answered the matter, but not in the way that any ordinary, civilized person would expect. In those times, unmarried girls were very scarce. In the settlements, it was difficult to find any at all. Not infrequently it happened that a brother was counseled to marry, but could not obey, as there was no unmarried woman in the place where he lived. But in that case, he generally paid a visit to Salt Lake City. But business at the Endowment House nevertheless was pretty lively, in fact so much so that it was deemed necessary to set apart certain days for the various settlements. Once, when the Provo Day was fast approaching, 2 old brethren from that town who had been counseled to enlarge their families, but who had been unsuccessful in finding partners, began to despair of being able to obey the word of the Lord. The day before that appointed for the endowments and celestial marriage arrived, and they were as far from success as ever. Being neighbors, the 2 old gentlemen met and mingled their griefs and considered what might be done. It then occurred to them that there was a certain brother who had 2 daughters, respectively 12 and 14 years of age, and they resolved to call upon him about these children. As might be supposed, the father at first refused them, giving as a reason that the girls were too young. The old men explained that if they could not marry the children, it was impossible for them to obey counsel, and the father then agreed. The next morning the marriage ceremony was performed in the Endowment House. One of these wretches was 60 years of age and the other a few years younger. The father of the children was about 40. I am really afraid that the reader will think that I exaggerate or misrepresent facts. I wish it were so, for the case is so outrageously atrocious. But I am sorry to say that scores and hundreds of instances similar to this, which occurred during the Reformation, might be given. Not long before this infamous transaction, one of these men, looking round in search of a wife, learned that a certain young English girl was stopping at the house of a certain brother in the neighborhood. He immediately visited that brother and said he should like to be made acquainted with the girl. It happened that the young sister in question had recently been married, but of that the ancient brother was of course ignorant, and his friend at whose house the lady was stopping, being fond of a little practical joke at times, did not inform him of the fact. The would-be lover, in a business-like way, at once began with his wooing, spoke to the young lady about the revelation, of the counsel he had received, of his desire to obey, and finally offered her his hand and heart, at least as much of the latter as remained. He expatiated upon his prospects and possessions. He had a small house and a large lot, a good farm, a few cows, a yoke of oxen, and a wagon. Another wife was a trifle which he himself was well able to keep. The sister listened in silence and seemed a little bashful. At last she said that about such a serious matter she must have a little time for consideration, and asked for a week's thinking time. Delighted with his success, the gentleman withdrew. But before the end of the week he found out that the lady was married. He saw her husband, he saw the friend at whose house the lady was stopping, and over the matter he made a considerable fuss. There are before me, as I write, letters, papers, documents of various sorts relative to marriage and the matrimonial affairs of the saints, at the time of which I speak, that I wish the reader could peep at. I would not like him to read them. In fact, I dared not read them all myself, for some of them are so shameful that the mere knowledge of having read them through would make any right-minded person blush. Taking more wives was the order of the day. How was of little matter. The work of reformation was in full progress. The people were excited to frenzy. The Federal troops were expected. Men were marrying and maidens were given in marriage. Every one in Utah was looking forward to the time when the prophecies of Joseph the seer should be fulfilled and the Son of Man should come. And then, when one would have supposed that every man would have wished that his hands should be pure, was perpetrated a deed which is unparalleled in modern civilized times, a deed at which angels and men have stood aghast with horror. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Tell It All by Fanny Stenhouse. The Mountain Meadows Massacre. I will repay, saith the Lord. I feel myself utterly inadequate to tell the story of the Mountain Meadows Massacre. It is so shocking, so fiend-like, and yet it must be told. While the work of reformation was going on, and when the United States troops were constantly expected in the valley of the Great Salt Lake, a large train of emigrants passed through Utah on its way to California. The train consisted of 120 or 130 persons, and they came chiefly from Arkansas. They were people from the country districts, sober, hard-working plain folks, but well-to-do, and taken all in all, about as respectable a band of emigrants as ever passed through Salt Lake City. Nothing worthy of any particular note occurred to them until they reached the valley. That was the point from which they started towards death. My old friend Eli B. Kelsey traveled with them from Fort Bridger to Salt Lake City, and he spoke of them in the highest terms. If I remember rightly, he said that the train was divided into two parts. The first, a rough and ready set of men, regular frontier pioneers; the other, a picked community, the members of which were all more or less connected by family ties. They traveled along in the most orderly fashion, without hurry or confusion. On a Sunday they rested, and one of their number, who had been a Methodist preacher, conducted divine service. All went well until they reached Salt Lake City, where they expected to be able to refit and replenish their stock of provisions. But it was there that they first discovered that feeling of enmity which finally resulted in their destruction. Now it so happened that the minds of the saints in Salt Lake City were at that time strongly prejudiced against the people of Arkansas, and for a most unsaintly reason. The Apostle Parley P. Pratt, who was one of the earliest converts to Mormonism, and who so ably defended his adopted creed with his pen and from the platform, had not very long before been sojourning in Arkansas, and had there run away with another man's wife. This was only a trifle for an apostle to do, and the husband, Mr. McLean, might have known it. But he was a most inconsiderate man, and was actually offended with the amorous apostle for what he had done. He pursued him and killed him, for in those rough parts it was considered that the apostle did wrong in marrying the man's wife. Nobody, however, took any notice of the matter or brought the murderer to trial. The Mormon people, of course, took the side of Apostle Parley P. Pratt, sensitive themselves to the highest degree concerning their wives and daughters. They considered McLean a sinner for doing just exactly what any saint would have certainly done. Their opinion, however, would have been a matter of consequence only to themselves, had not such fatal consequences resulted from it. Reasoning without reason, they argued that McLean was the enemy of every Mormon, and every Mormon was the enemy of McLean. McLean was protected in Arkansas, therefore every man from Arkansas was an enemy of the Mormons, an enemy ought to be cut off. Therefore it was the duty of every Mormon to cut off, if he could, every Arkansas man. This appears to have been the tone of thought which actuated the minds of the leaders of the people at the time when this emigrant train arrived in the city. Weary and footsore, they encamped by the Jordan River, trusting there to recruit themselves and their teams, and to replenish their stock of provisions. The harvest in Utah that year had been abundant, and there was nothing to hinder them from obtaining a speedy and full supply. Brigham Young was then Governor of Utah Territory, Commander-in-Chief of the militia, and Indian agent as well. He was therefore responsible for all that took place within his jurisdiction. It was his duty to protect all law-abiding persons who either resided in or traveled through the country. The emigrants, so far from being protected, were ordered to break up their camp and move on, and it is said that written instructions were sent on before them, directing the people in the settlements through which they would have to pass to have no dealings with them. This, considering their need of provisions, was much the same as condemning them to certain death. Compelled to travel on, they pursued their journey slowly towards Los Angeles. At American Fork they wished to trade off some of their worn-out stock and to purchase fresh. They also desired to obtain provisions. There was an abundance of everything from farm and from the field, for God had very greatly blessed the land that year, but they could obtain nothing. They passed on and went through Battle Creek, Provo, Springville, Spanish Fork, Payson, Salt Creek, and Fillmore, and their reception was still the same. The word of the Mormon Pontiff had gone forth, and no man dared to hold communion or to trade with them. Now and then some Mormon, weak in the faith, or braver, or more fond of money than his fellows, would steal into the camp in the darkness of the night, bearing with him just what he was able to carry. But beyond this they could procure nothing. Their only hope now lay in the chance of holding out until they could push through to some Gentile settlement where the word of the priestly governor of Utah was not law. Through 15 different Mormon settlements did they pass without being able to purchase a morsel of bread. With empty wagons and on short allowance they pushed on until they reached Corn Creek, where for the first time in saintly Utah they met a friendly greeting from the Indians, and purchased from them 30 bushels of corn, of which they stood very greatly in need. At Beaver they were again repulsed, and at Parowan they were not permitted to enter the town. They were forced to leave the public highway and pass round the west side of the fort wall. They encamped by the stream and tried, as before, to obtain food and fresh cattle, but again to no purpose. The reason why they were refused admission into the town was probably because the militia was there assembled under Colonel William H. Dame, which militia afterwards assisted in their destruction, for which preparations were even now made. They made their way to Cedar City, the most populous of all the towns of southern Utah. Here they were allowed to purchase 50 bushels of tithing wheat, and to have it ground at the mill of that infamous scoundrel, John D. Lee, upon whose memory will rest the eternal curses of all who have ever heard his name. It was, however, no act of mercy, the supplying of this corn. The sellers of it knew well enough, even then, that it would return to them again in the course of a few days. After all, they had but 40 days' rations to carry them on to San Bernardino in California, a journey of about 70 days. Scanty kindness, miserable generosity. 50 bushels of corn for a 70 days' journey for men, women, and young children, and at least one little one to be born on the road. They remained in Cedar City only one day, and so jaded were their teams that it took them 3 days to travel thence to Iron Creek, a distance of 20 miles, and 2 days were occupied in journeying 15 miles, the distance between Iron Creek and the Meadows. The morning after they left Iron Creek, the Mormon militia followed them in pursuit, intending, it is supposed, to assault them at Clara Crossing. That this was no private outburst, and that, on the contrary, it was done by authority, is evident from sworn testimony to the effect that the assembling of those troops was the result of "a regular military call from the superior officers to the subordinate officers and privates of the regiment. Said regiment was duly ordered to muster armed and equipped as the law directs, and prepared for field operations." A regular military council was held at Parowan, at which were present President Isaac C. Haight, the Mormon high priest of Southern Utah, Colonel Dame, Major John D. Lee, and the Apostle George A. Smith. No military council, whether of the militia or the ordinary troops of the line, would dare to determine upon such an important matter as the cutting off of an emigrant train of 130 persons without receiving permission from superior authority. Brigham Young was in this case the superior authority. He was the commander-in-chief of the militia. The inference is obvious. I do not, of course, say that he gave the order for this accursed deed, but that it was his business to bring the criminals to justice, no one can doubt or deny. The regiment, which started from Cedar City under the command of Major John D. Lee, the sub-agent for Indian affairs in Southern Utah, was accompanied by baggage wagons and other paraphernalia of war, excepting only heavy artillery, which in this case would have been useless. But at the same time a large body of the Piedy Indians had been invited to accompany them. An order came from headquarters to cut off the entire company except the little children. The emigrants were utterly unprepared, and the first onslaught found them defenceless. Accustomed, however, to border warfare, they immediately corralled their wagons and prepared for a siege. Their great misfortune was that they had not any water. Major John D. Lee, finding the emigrants resolute, sent to Cedar City and Washington City for reinforcements, which duly arrived. The next morning Major John D. Lee assembled his troops, including the auxiliaries which he had summoned, about half a mile from the entrenchment of the fated emigrants, and then and there informed them, with all the coolness which such an infamous scoundrel alone could muster, that the whole company was to be killed, and only the little children who were too young to remember anything were to be spared. The unfortunate emigrants did not know who their foes were. They saw Indians, or men who were so colored that they looked like Indians, and they saw others who were more than strangers to them, but they had no clue to the cause of their detention. To them all was mystery. That Indians should attack them was quite within the bounds of probability, although there was at that time no cause for such an outrage. But that such an attack should be persistent and should be carried on under the peculiar circumstances in question was, to say the least, highly improbable. A flag of truce was sent down to the unfortunate emigrants. But wherefore a flag of truce? Wherefore any conditions of warfare? And wherefore should the militia regiment be militant against them? No answer can be returned to these questions without disclosing secret scenes of sin and shameful iniquity at the mention of which even the souls of fiends might stand aghast. A message was sent to the emigrant camp, a message not of Christian love and help, but such as might be sent from one foeman to another. A flag of truce was sent, and with it a message to the effect that if the emigrants chose to lay down their arms and surrender themselves to the militia, their lives should be spared. Consider the atrocity of this. Here was a company of harmless emigrants against whom not even the slightest wrongdoing had been suggested. Yet unquestioned, unaccused, innocent of all wrongdoing, The authorized and duly constituted militia of Utah Territory, a territory claiming even then to be admitted into the Union as the State of Deseret, was encamped against those unoffending citizens, with the cruel, the iniquitous purpose of cutting them off. Who could rightly tell a story so fearful as this? The emigrant train, men, women, and children, fainting and famishing for want of bread and meat. In their pockets was money wherewith the necessaries of life might have been bought, and the generous hand of the Almighty had that year been opened so wide, and had scattered those necessaries so liberally, that nothing but the wickedness of man towards his fellow could have created a dearth. But so it was that darkness and the fear of death, a fearful death even at the door, was all those poor emigrants had standing before their eyes. What right had the Mormon militia to be pursuing, to be hanging about the skirts of any body of emigrants? Their very presence was in itself unauthorized, criminal. The emigrants supposed that they were surrounded by Indians, and expected the cruelest treatment in case of resistance, not death, but the outrage and shocking atrocities of savages. They did not know that the red men who threatened their lives and the lives of their helpless wives and infants were brought together at that spot for that same purpose by the council of Mormon authorities. They did not know that so many of the appearing redskins were only painted devils, mocks of humanity, wretches who under the mask of a redskin's color were eager to perpetrate the foulest of offences, scoundrels 1,000 times damned in the opinion of men and by the decree of God. Day after day went by, and the poor creatures began to despair. Who can wonder? The brave men cared little for their own lives, but there was something fearful in the thought that their darling ones would be scalped and torn in pieces and brutally outraged. Who can wonder that they resolved to sell life as dearly as they possibly could? They might at least die in defense of those they loved. So day followed day. The agony of the unhappy men and women who were thus besieged, and were in daily, hourly peril of the most frightful of all deaths, can be imagined, not told. Meanwhile, what were those atrocious scoundrels doing who were lying in wait for their blood? Some of them were tricked out as Indians. Some were in their own proper dresses, and moreover, real Utes were there. The unhappy victims could not possibly escape. There was time for the murderers to do their work leisurely. Between chance shots, which were intended to, and did, carry death with them, they amused themselves with pitching horseshoe quoits. Such heartlessness is almost beyond conception. In terrible need of water, they thought that even the Indians, who they supposed were their assailants, might possibly respect a token of truce. So they dressed 2 little girls in white and sent them down to the well. But the fiends, the Mormon militia, shot them down. In the day of doom, the blood of those babes will testify more heavily against Major John D. Lee and Isaac C. Haight and Colonel Dame and George A. Smith and the other wretch who plotted and contrived that fearful iniquity than any of the base and cowardly crimes which have for years and years blackened their contemptible and miserable souls. They could not possibly advance. Their corn would not last long. They were famishing for water. How long they could hold out was evidently only a matter of time. Had the train consisted only of men, they might certainly, if with loss, have cut their way through their besiegers and escaped. But with wives and children, and others bound to them by the tenderest ties, such a thing was impossible. They looked and waited. Savage Indians, they supposed, were their only enemies. Coldly, strangely, as they had been treated at the Mormon settlements, they could never for a moment suppose that white men could be in league against them, or could meditate their destruction. Up in the meadows, in the distance, there was a white, dusty cloud as if of some person or persons approaching. The hearts of the emigrants leapt for joy. Was help coming at last? It was evident that a wagon was coming near, and the wagon was filled with armed men. Here was hope. After all the misery of that wakeful watching, they were overjoyed, and shouted aloud with gladness, and sprang with open arms to welcome their visitors. Little did they suppose that the fiends who then came down, with pale faces and the manners of white men, were the same as those who, painted and decked out like Indians, had been leaguered about their camp with murderous intentions for so many days. The wagon came near, and was found to be filled with armed men. Surely now, the unhappy emigrants thought, substantial help had come. The authorities of Utah in the neighborhood, whether Gentile or Mormon, had come out in the cause of civilization and humanity, and succor was at hand. A white flag was waved from the wagon as an emblem of peace, and in order that the emigrants might know that it was white men and not the red demons of the hills who approached. They did not indeed know that these themselves were the monsters who had wronged them all this time, and who were even now compassing their death. Inside that wagon was President Haight, the infamous Mormon Bishop John D. Lee, and other authorities of the church in southern Utah. They professed to the emigrants that they came upon the friendly errand of standing between them and the Indians. They said that the Indians had taken offense at something that the emigrants had done, that they were thirsting for their blood, but that they, the Mormon officials, were on good terms with them and had influence, and would use their good offices in the cause of mercy and of peace. After some discussion, they left with the professed view of conciliating the Indians. Then they returned and said that the Indians had agreed that if the emigrants marched back to Salt Lake City, their lives should be spared, but that they must leave everything behind them in their camp, even including the common weapons of defense which every Western man carries about his person. The Mormon officials then solemnly undertook to bring an armed force and to guard the emigrants safely back again to the settlements. The emigrants were not cowards, and would doubtless have preferred to cut their way through to the south, but they could not leave their wives and little ones, and any terms, however disadvantageous, were better than leaving those they loved to the tender mercy of those wretches. This agreement being made, the Mormon officials retired, and after a short time again returned with 30 or 40 armed men. Then the emigrants were marched out, the women and children in the front, and the men following, while the Mormon guard followed in the rear. When they had marched in this way about a mile, and had arrived at the place where the Indians were hid in the bushes on each side of the road, the signal was given for the slaughter. So taken by surprise were the emigrants, and so implicitly had they confided in these murderers, that they offered no resistance. The Mormon militia, their guard, immediately opened fire upon them from the rear, while the Indians and Mormons disguised as Indians, who were hidden among the bushes, rushed out upon them, shooting them down with guns and bows and arrows, and cutting some of the men's throats with knives. The women and children, shrieking with mortal terror, scattered and fled, some trying to hide in the bushes. 2 young girls actually did escape for about a quarter of a mile, when they were overtaken and butchered under circumstances of the greatest brutality. The son of John D. Lee endeavored to protect one poor girl who clung to him for help, but his father, tearing her from him by violence, blew out her brains. Another unhappy girl is said to have kneeled to this same monster, Lee, entreating him to spare her life. He dragged her into the bushes, stripped her naked, and cut her throat from ear to ear, after she had suffered worse at his hands than death itself. About half an hour was probably occupied in the butchery, and every soul of that company was cut off, excepting only a few little children, who were supposed to be too young to understand or remember what had taken place. The unfortunate victims were then stripped without reference to age or sex, and then left to rot upon the field. There they remained until torn and dismembered by the wolves, when it was then thought prudent to conceal such as lay nearest to the road. An eye-witness, subsequently visiting the spot, said: "The scene of the massacre, even at this late day, was horrible to look upon. Women's hair in detached locks and in masses hung to the sage bushes, and was strewn over the ground in many places. Parts of little children's dresses and of female costume dangled from the shrubbery, or lay scattered about, and among these, here and there on every hand, for at least a mile in the direction of the road, by 2 miles east and west, there gleamed, bleached white by the weather, the skulls and other bones of those who had suffered. A glance into the wagon, when all these had been collected, revealed a sight which never can be forgotten." The remains were subsequently gathered together by Major Carleton, the United States Commissioner, who erected over them a large cairn of stones, surmounted by a cross of red cedar, with an inscription thereon: "Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord." And on a stone beneath were engraved the words: "Here 120 men, women, and children were massacred in cold blood, early in September 1857. They were from Arkansas." It is said that this monument was subsequently destroyed by the order of Brigham Young when he visited that part of the territory. The little children, while their parents were being butchered, had clung about their murderers' knees, entreating mercy, but none of them finding it save those who were little more than infants. Their fears and cries the night after the murder are said to have been heart-rending. One little babe, just beginning to walk, was shot through the arm. Another girl was shot through the ear, and the clothes of most of them were saturated with their mother's blood. They were distributed among the people of the settlements, and when finally the government took them under the protection of the nation, the people among whom these little ones lived actually charged for their boarding. 2 of them are said to have uttered some words from which it was presumed that their intelligence was in advance of their years. They were taken out quietly and buried. This happened some time after the massacre. Most of the property of the emigrants was sold by public auction in Cedar City. The Indians got most of the flour and ammunition, and the Mormons the more valuable articles. They jested over it and called it spoil taken at the siege of Sevastopol. There is legal proof that the clothing stripped from the corpses, blood-stained, riddled by the bullets, and with shreds of flesh attached to it, was placed in the cellar of the tithing office, where it lay about 3 weeks, when it was privately sold. The seller is said to have smelt of it for years. Long after this time, jewelry torn from the mangled bodies of the unfortunate women was publicly worn in Salt Lake City, and everyone knew whence it came. A tithing of it all is reported upon very conclusive evidence to have been laid at the feet of Brigham Young. This is the story, most imperfectly told, for I dare not sketch its foulest details, of the Mountain Meadows massacre. Brigham Young, who was at the time governor of the territory and also Indian agent, made no report of the matter. Let that fact of itself speak for his innocence or guilt. Would any other governor or agent in another territory have been thus silent? John D. Lee and Dame and Haight and the other wretches have never been brought to trial or cut off from the church, although their monstrous crime has never been a secret, nor have any endeavors been made to conceal it. This fearful deed was one of the unavoidable results of the teachings of the Mormon leaders during the Reformation. There were crimes then perpetrated in secret which will never be known until the day of doom, and there were horrors which have been known and recorded, but for which no one has been brought to trial or has suffered inconvenience. There are men in Salt Lake City who walk about unblushingly in broad daylight, but who are known to be murderers, and whose hands have been again and again dyed with blood under circumstances of the most atrocious cruelty. There was one cruel murder, but by no means the worst, which came under my own personal observation, and which I have alluded to elsewhere — the murder of Dr. John King Robinson in Salt Lake City, which attracted more than ordinary attention. This gentleman was a physician of good standing, who came out as assistant surgeon with the United States Army, and afterwards began to practice in Salt Lake City. He was known as a man of unimpeachable moral character, and there are to this day hundreds of responsible people who would testify to his fair fame and rectitude, although he had by some means incurred the dislike of many of the Mormon leaders. He formed the idea of taking possession of some warm springs on the north of the city, and proposed to erect there baths, an hospital, etc. A small wooden shanty was erected for the purpose of holding possession, but the city authorities claimed the spring, and after some very unpleasant proceedings, the matter was referred to the law courts, and Judge Titus decided against the doctor. After this verdict had been rendered, Dr. Robinson seems to have acted very prudently, and to have remained indoors as much as possible during the succeeding days. Between 11 and 12 o'clock on the night of the third day, however, after the family had retired to rest, a man called at the house, and stating that his brother had broken his leg by a fall from a mule, and was suffering very much, he, after some earnest persuasion, induced the doctor to accompany him. Anxious as he might be to remain indoors at such a time, no professional man would refuse to perform an act of mercy. He accordingly went. At a distance of about a couple of hundred steps from the house, he was struck over the head with some sharp instrument, and immediately after shot through the brain. His wife, a young girl to whom he had only been married a very short time, heard the report of the pistol, and witnesses saw men fleeing from the spot. The police were sent for, and the body was carried to Independence Hall, and afterwards to the victim's house. The mayor of the city was not informed of the murder until 10 o'clock the next day, and the chief of police, who was sitting round the fire with his men when news of the murder arrived, went to bed immediately, and did not visit the scene of the outrage for 3 days. The following Sunday Brigham Young, in the Tabernacle, publicly suggested that the doctor had probably been murdered by some of the soldiers from Camp Douglas, who were dissatisfied with his treatment when they were under his hands, or else that he had fallen in some gambling transaction. Both of which statements, however, were known by everyone present to be utterly false. No one was ever punished for this cruel murder. This murder did not occur during the Reformation, but it was the natural result of the teachings of those times. I simply mention these facts without any comment of my own. Let the reader form his own conclusion. More of these frightful stories I do not care to relate, and I should not even have presented these to the notice of the reader had it not been impossible otherwise to give any suitable idea of that terrible Reformation. The Gentile army came in. The Union Pacific Railroad was opened. Changes and chances altered all that had been, and brought into being that which might be, and that which finally really was. Instead of looking to the events of 3,000 or 4,000 years ago, men began to act up to things which were, to think and act in the present, not to dream of the past. The day has gone by, but not far, when the perpetration openly of such deeds was possible. But it is still boasted that when Deseret becomes a state, the saints will shew still greater zeal for the Lord. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Tell It All by Fanny Stenhouse. Ways and Works of the Saints. The Prophet's Millinery Bill. When I arrived in Utah, I found that nearly all the elders with whom I had formerly been acquainted had more than one wife there. Many of these brethren called to see me, and kindly insisted that I should visit their families, but this I felt was almost an impossibility. My whole nature rebelled at the thought of visiting where there were several wives. For in defiance of all the teaching that I had listened to, and the tyranny to which we had submitted, human nature would assert itself, and my womanly instincts revolted against the system. I could not endure the thought of visiting those families in company with my husband. I thought that perhaps sometimes I might venture alone, but oh, not with him, no, not with him. It was bad enough and humiliating enough for me to witness by myself the degradation of my sex, but to do so in the presence of my husband was more than I could calmly contemplate. I knew that I should not be able to control myself, and probably say some very unpleasant things which I should afterwards regret, for I so thoroughly loathed even the idea of polygamy at that time that I was filled with a desire to let every one know and understand just what my feelings were on the subject. I had left New York against my will, although I had not openly rebelled. I had never reproached my husband about it, for I felt that his lot was irrevocably cast with the Mormons. I knew that when I married him, and it was of no use now for me to repine. I must go on to the end. There was no help for me. The journey across the plains and all the discoveries which I had made had not tended to soothe my rebellious heart, and I am not quite sure that I did not sow by the way a little discontent among the sisters. The idea, however, that such was the case did not, I must admit, fill me with much repentance. To my husband I had said very little, but I think he would bear me witness that what I did say was said effectively. Now, when I was brought face to face with practical polygamy, and could observe it in its most repulsive phases, I hated it more than ever. One day, not long after our arrival, as we were taking a walk together, I saw across the road a man gesticulating after an eccentric fashion, and beckoning to us. Mr. Stenhouse said, "That is Brother Heber C. Kimball," and I looked again with interest to see what that celebrated apostle was like. I had both heard and read a great deal about Brother Heber, and what I had learned was not at all of a character to impress me favorably. He had been so severe in his denunciation of every woman who dared to oppose polygamy. On the present occasion his conduct was, I thought, anything but gentlemanly, and when we crossed the road to him, which, on account of his position in the church, next to Brigham himself, we of course were compelled to do, my face must have betrayed my feelings, I am sure, for almost his first words after shaking hands were, "Have you got the blues?" My answer was ready in a moment. "I have had nothing else ever since I came here." "Well," he replied, "it is time that you should get rid of them, and I am going to talk to you some day soon, for I rather like your looks." I did not like his looks much, however, nor was I at all pleased with his manner. I do not say that I was altogether without blame in feeling thus, for I was prejudiced. Of course I was prejudiced. From the first moment when I heard that polygamy was a doctrine of the church, I was predisposed to be dissatisfied with everything. I was henceforth not myself, for the terrible apprehension of my own fate in the celestial order had changed my whole nature, and that change of itself was a great source of grief to me. I keenly realized that I was no longer the light-hearted, pleasant companion to my husband that I had been, and many a time and oft I wished for his sake that I could die, for I felt that I never could be happy in Mormonism again. How many times I have knelt by my husband's couch when he was unconscious of it, and have wept bitter tears of sorrow, earnestly praying to the Lord to subdue my rebellious heart, and if it were necessary, rather than I should be a continual annoyance to my husband, whom I loved with all my soul, that every particle of love in my heart should be withered, so that I might perchance be able at least to do my duty. I fully realized that in polygamy there could be no real love, and while my affections were still placed upon my husband, it was torture to live in a community where I was compelled to listen to the counsels which were given to him, day after day, regardless of my presence, to take another wife. I was too proud to notice any ordinary allusion that was made to the subject before me, but when the conversation was turned in that direction by those who professed to be sincere friends and to entertain a kindly interest in my welfare, I was compelled to listen and reply. In my unhappy condition I thought that perhaps I might derive some consolation from the sermons in the Tabernacle, something that might shed a softer light upon my rugged pathway. But instead of obtaining consolation, I heard that which aroused every feeling of my soul to rebellion, and kindled again within me the indignation which I had been so long struggling to conquer. I heard that woman was an inferior being, designed by the Lord for the especial glory and exaltation of man, that she was a creature that should feel herself honored if he would only make her the mother of his children, a creature who, if very obedient and faithful through all the trials and tribulations in life, might some day be rewarded by becoming one of her husband's queens, but should even then only shine by virtue of the reflected light derived from the glory of her spouse and Lord. He was to be her Saviour, for he was all in all to her, and it was through him alone and at his will that she could obtain salvation. We were informed that man was the crowning glory of creation, for whom all things, woman included, were brought into being, and that the chief object of woman's existence was to help man to his great destiny. Not a sentence, indeed, not a word did we ever hear as to the possibility of womanly perfection and exaltation in her own right. And not only so, but as if this were not enough to crush all ambition out of our souls, we were instructed in some new views of marriage. The great object of marriage, we were told, was the increase of children. Those diviner objects, the companionship of soul, the devotion of a refined and pure affection, the indissoluble union of two existences, were never presented to the yearning hearts of those poor women who listened to the miserable harangues of the Tabernacle. Such aspirations had nothing to do with the hard, cruel facts of their life in polygamy. And this I found was how the women of Utah were spiritually sustained. Seldom indeed was taught anything better, but frequently much that was worse. If nature, asserting its right to a full return of love, should manifest itself and inspire some of those poor wives to rebel against the lives which they were compelled to lead in polygamy, then it would be said in the language of the Tabernacle that the women were filled with the devil, and that unless they repented speedily, apostatize and go to hell. An assurance which was scarcely necessary, for many of those poor souls were enduring as much as if they were there already. Or if some woman was found objecting to polygamy on account of its crushing and degrading effects upon women generally, then, as I just said, she was told in the coarse language of Brigham Young himself that such women had no business to complain. It was quite enough honor for them to be permitted to bear children to God's holy priesthood. I found, therefore, that the sermons in the Tabernacle were not calculated to help me much spiritually. I had neither friend nor counselor on earth to whom I could turn for help. My God alone remained to me. But how different were my ideas of God then from those which I entertained before and since. Once I could look upon the beauties of nature and the varied experiences of human life, and while my soul was lifted up with devotion and gratitude, I could see the loving hand of my Heavenly Father in everything around me. Now there was neither light nor beauty before my eyes. All was dark and dreary. There was nothing to draw away my heart from such sad thoughts as these. It was painfully clear to my understanding, then as now, that in Mormonism woman was to lose her personal identity. All that Christianity had done to elevate her was to be ruthlessly set aside and trampled under foot, and she was instantly to return to the position which she occupied in the darkest ages of the world's existence. I had at that time the daily and hourly cares of a family devolving upon me, and had not therefore much leisure to spend in visiting my friends, even if I had desired to do so. Notwithstanding that, however, I had abundant opportunities of observation, and thus my experience of Mormonism and polygamy in Utah is much the same as that of any Mormon woman of ordinary sense. I only tell what others could relate if they had the inclination to do so. It was not possible for me to live in Salt Lake City without being brought face to face with polygamy in some shape or other every day of my life. Had it been otherwise, and if remaining at home would have kept it from my view, I probably never should have had the courage to enter a house where it was practiced. To those who know nothing of that degrading system, this may seem rather an exaggeration of feeling, and yet even at that early day I had seen so much of the folly and weakness of the Mormon brethren, both in London and New York, before we went to Utah, and had witnessed so many evil results of their teachings, that it was with the greatest difficulty that I could control my feelings sufficiently to call upon any family where there was more than one wife. And yet what I knew then was nothing in comparison to what I afterwards witnessed. Yes, that I myself endured. During the winter, although I visited very little, I attended a good many parties at the social hall, but I did so more from a wish to be agreeable to my husband than from any pleasure that they afforded me, for life had lost its charm to me, and I was not happy. How many times have I gazed wistfully at those lofty mountains which surround the city, and felt that they were indeed my prison walls. How bitterly have I realized that I should never be able to go beyond them. But in a new country, with a family to provide for, a mother has not much time to waste in pining, even if it be for liberty itself, and I would willingly draw the veil over that portion of my life. As my husband had been on mission for so many years, and had spent all his time in the service of the church, with the exception of a few brief months before we left New York, when he was engaged on the staff of the New York Herald, I naturally enough thought that when we reached Zion his occupation would be gone. There would be no need of preaching to the saints. On the contrary, they would be able to teach us, and we should have to find out what we could do in this new country to support ourselves and our children. In this I was not mistaken. Now, among the absolutely necessary things which I had brought with me from New York, there were about $300 worth of millinery goods which I had secreted among our other properties, thinking that they would very probably come in useful to the fair daughters of Zion, notwithstanding that the elders had told me of fiery sermons delivered by the prophet himself condemning all feminine display, and that the sisters would scorn to wear Gentile fashions. I knew my own sex too well to believe that all this was strictly true, and I felt certain that I should find, even among the saints, some weak sisters who would appreciate my thoughtfulness in bringing such articles for their use. I had also noticed that the American elders themselves would frequently inquire where they could buy the best gloves and the prettiest ribbons and laces, and that looked a little suspicious. Quite a number of such articles, therefore, found their way into my list of absolute necessaries, and I know that my husband was secretly quite at a loss to know what had become of a certain sum of money which he was aware I had obtained from the sale of some of our things in New York. But my foresight in this instance was very useful to us when we arrived in Zion. One day, when Mr. Stenhouse was absent, seeking employment, I thought I would make a display of my treasures and surprise him on his return. Accordingly, with the assistance of our faithful domestic, whom I had brought with me across the plains, and who had also lived with me in Switzerland, we contrived to place 2 or 3 planks in such a way as to make a rough table on which to display the goods. I had been secretly at work for about 2 weeks, trimming the bonnets and hats, and making a number of head dresses, such as were worn in New York, when we left. And although we had been 3 months on the plains and quite a month in Utah, yet those bonnets and head dresses were of the very latest style to the ladies of Salt Lake City. My Swiss girl was quite a carpenter, and when my temporary table was arranged, I placed a pretty-looking cloth over it to hide its defects, and then began to arrange the various articles. I found that I had a much finer assortment than I had imagined, for I had bought them at different times, and had packed them away hurriedly, lest Mr. Stenhouse or some of the other elders — for there were generally 2 in the house — should object to my taking them. When my table was filled, and I found that I had still more to display, I was very much pleased, for I saw in my hats and bonnets flour, meat, and potatoes for my children, and I felt hopeful, for one of the sisters had assured me that I should be certain to sell them. The next thing to do was to advertise my stock. After some reflection, I remembered another of the sisters who was quite a good talker, and who felt very kindly towards me. I had known her in England. She had been in Utah about 3 years, and her husband had by that time been blessed with 2 other wives. She used to say that she had no patience with a set of grumbling women who did not know what was good for them. I do not think that the blessedness enjoyed by her husband was shared by the 2 wives, for more forlorn-looking women I never saw. My husband, however, told me that this was none of my business, and I believed him, of course, after the fashion of all good wives. But to return. This good sister, besides being an excellent talker, had really nothing else to do besides visiting her neighbors, for the other wives now took entire charge of all the household duties. So I made her a present of a new bonnet, as I knew that then in 2 days my goods would be quite sufficiently advertised, and in this I was not mistaken. Almost the first visitors who called to see me were a lady and her daughter. I talked freely to her and answered her enquiries, and she told me that she herself had had some experience in the business. "In Salt Lake City," she said, "I think you will not be able to sell those goods. They are too fashionable for the people here, and there is no encouragement given to anyone in this business. I am afraid you will be disappointed." I believed every word she said, and felt all my airy, hopeful castles begin to crumble away. Before she left, however, she very kindly offered to purchase all my goods at a low figure, and thus relieve me of the anxiety and trouble of selling them. But I had had a little experience in the world, although probably I appeared to her somewhat innocent, and I thought that if she could sell them, there was a chance at least that I also might be able to do so. At any rate, I resolved to try, and I told her so when she left me with many kind wishes for my success. But what she had said during her visit had chilled my enthusiasm, and I pictured all my pretty, newly made articles becoming soiled and faded, with no one to buy them, while the little ones, barefooted, like so many children in Utah then, were running about crying for bread which I could not buy them. I felt bad, and if I must confess it, I sat down and had a good cry. Just at that moment I heard a knock at the door, and hastily drying my eyes, I opened it, and there stood my talkative friend. "Stop crying!" she exclaimed. "What is the matter, my dear? Oh, do stop crying. I don't like crying women. We see so many of them among the saints of God that it is really a shame and a disgrace. Tell me what is the matter. Has your husband got another wife, or are you afraid that he won't be able to get one? Come, tell me." All this was uttered in a breath, and without the possibility of my putting in a word by way of reply or remonstrance. At last I told her that I had just had a visit from one of the sisters and her daughter, whom I described. "I know," she said. "I met her as I was coming here. Do you know who she is?" "No," I replied. "I do not think she told me her name. She simply came to look at my goods." "And did she tell you that they would sell well, and that they are the best investment that you could have made?" "Quite the contrary," I said. "She discouraged me so much that I could not help shedding tears." "Well now," she answered, "that was Mrs. C., one of our milliners here. And you suppose she was going to encourage you to set up an opposition shop, do you? If you do, why you've got something yet to learn." Indeed, I felt that I had got a great deal to learn. "Now I have come to tell you quite a different story," she said. "This very afternoon you will have at least a dozen ladies here, and ladies, too, who have got the money to pay for what they have, and who won't pay you in salt chips and whetstones." "Do they ever pay in such things?" I inquired. "Why, certainly they do. That is the kind of pay that the good saints generally expect their poor brethren and sisters to be satisfied with and to feed their hungry children upon. But I say that this is wrong. Not that I want to set myself up as a judge in Zion, or that I should criticise the actions of the brethren. God forbid. But when I see the rich brethren grinding the faces of the poor in that way, why I say that it is wrong. But you must not take any such pay as that. You may not always get money, but you can at least get flour, potatoes, and molasses. Now I tell you that you are going to sell every article that you have got, and I shall take pleasure in recommending you and talking about it. Why, I've been to about 20 people already. But there, I see your husband coming, and I must go." My husband indeed was there. He was not very fond of my talkative friend, and passed her by with a polite salutation only. But when he saw what I had been doing, the light dawned upon his mind. He no longer wondered what had become of the dollars in New York, and, astonished at my success, he congratulated me upon the good use to which I had put them. After this interview I felt quite encouraged, and I very soon found that my friend's predictions were correct. I had no difficulty in selling, and I created quite a little business, although we lived a considerable distance from Main Street. And what with my efforts and some employment which my husband obtained, we contrived to get through our first winter in Salt Lake City. But I anticipate. One day my husband informed me that there was a house about to be vacated shortly, and that Brigham Young had told him we had better take it. It was pleasantly situated near the Tabernacle, and as houses then were, it was quite a desirable residence. We had it thoroughly cleaned, and then moved in. When I arrived in the evening, I found that Mr. Stenhouse, with the assistance of our faithful Swiss girl, had arranged everything as the goods arrived from the other house, and the place looked so clean, and there was such a bright fire burning, that I felt that we now really had something like a home, and my heart was filled with gratitude. Soon after our establishment in our new home, Brigham sent for me and asked me to make a handsome bonnet for his then favorite wife, Emmeline. He left it entirely to my taste. I was to make just what I pleased, so that it suited her and gave satisfaction. I made my bonnet, and when I presented it, Brigham Young was so pleased that he immediately gave me an order to make one for each of his wives. I was very much pleased at this, for we needed furniture and many other necessaries very badly, and I thought that this would enable me to get them. I expected, of course, that my account would be paid in money, for I did not suppose that the prophet of the Lord would offer me chips or whetstones. He could afford to pay cash, and of course would do so. He had furnished me with some material out of his own store, for Brigham Young had a dry goods and grocery store of his own at that time, and I was to furnish the remainder. It was very little indeed that he supplied, and therefore my account was likely to amount to a considerable sum, for almost every wife had at least one bonnet which she wished made over with new trimmings besides the new one. I worked constantly for 3 weeks with the assistance of 2 girls, to each of whom I paid $6 a week besides board. This was a difficult thing for me to do at that time in Utah, for money was seldom seen there then, but I was rejoicing in the prospect of the comfortable new furniture which I should have when it was all done. Furniture at that time was very expensive. There was nothing better than white pine articles, stained or painted. The commonest kind of wooden rocking chair cost $15, and common painted wooden chairs were $6 apiece, with everything else in proportion. This being our first winter, we had not been able to get much, and I thought I would devote the proceeds of the work I was doing for Brigham to fitting up the house a little, and with what I earned from my other customers I contrived to pay my help so as to have all the rest clear. All was completed, and great satisfaction expressed at the result of my labors. So I asked my husband to present my account and, if possible, get it settled. It amounted to about $275, although I had dealt very liberally with the prophet and had charged for the goods but little more than they cost me. When he returned, I hastened to meet him, for I had partly selected the furniture, and I wanted to go and purchase it. But I was like poor Perrette, the milkmaid, who counted her chickens a little too soon, for Mr. Stenhouse told me that Brother Brigham had given orders that the amount should be credited to us for tithing. What a shock this was to me, for that sum, small as it may appear, was my whole fortune at the time, and it was gone at one sweep. Can it be possible, I said, that he can be so mean as that? Where can his conscience be, or has he any, to deprive me of my hard earnings in this way? He shall not do it. I will make him pay me. My indignation was so great that I did not reflect how imprudent I was to talk thus of the prophet of the Lord, but my husband said, "What can you do? You can do nothing but submit. Let us try to forget it, or if not, it will perhaps be a lesson to us." But I did not forget it, and never could, although I tried very hard, and when many months had passed, and I no longer suffered from the effects of my loss, I still remembered it, and I always shall remember the way in which Brigham paid for his wives' bonnets. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Tell It All by Fanny Stenhouse. Mysteries of the Endowment House, Fearful Oaths, and Secret Ceremonies. Not many weeks after our arrival in Salt Lake City, my husband told me that we might now enjoy the privilege of going through the Endowment House. This was intended as a great favor to us on the part of the authorities, for most people have to wait a long while before receiving their endowments. But my husband's influence and position in the church was, I presume, the reason why we were admitted so soon. Now I had heard so much of the Endowments and the Endowment House that I quite dreaded to pass through this ordeal. The idea of the whole ceremony was that thereby we should receive the special grace of God, be united, man and woman, making one perfect creature, receive our inheritance as children of God, and in fact be made partakers of the plenitude of every blessing. All this sounds very well as a statement, but it is only the statement which would be made from the ideal Mormon standpoint. I had heard other things about the Endowments which did not present such a favorable impression, and although I do not wish to record all the absurd stories which were and are current among the Gentiles, I think it only right that I should state what my own views were before we received our privileges. Joseph Smith the prophet and very many of his early associates belonged to the ancient and honorable order of Freemasons. When he was initiated into the mysteries of that society, and what position he attained therein, I do not know. But one thing is certain, that when he, under the influence of his own peculiar religious fanaticism, endeavored to engraft upon Freemasonry some of the leading ideas of the new religion, he and those connected with him were publicly disavowed by the lodges in the West. I cannot without some trouble here give any documentary evidence, but I may be permitted, perhaps, to state that I have myself seen newspapers of that period, and the West then was a very primitive country, which contained formal official declarations, duly signed by respectable persons, stating that Joseph Smith and others were no longer to be considered in fellowship with any of the Western lodges. The idea of a bond of brotherhood, secret and indissoluble, seems ever to have been present in Joseph's mind. Whether the germ of this idea was derived from Masonry or not is of little moment. Gentlemen who certainly ought to know have assured me that such a notion was altogether ridiculous, but of that, as a lady, I am, of course, not competent to judge. It is, however, quite clear that the clannish or fraternal spirit among the Mormons has always preeminently distinguished them, and is just as noticeable at the present day as it was in Joseph's time. It has always been commonly reported, and to a great extent believed, that the mysteries of the Endowment House were only a sort of imitation, burlesque it might be, of the rites of Masonry. But I need hardly say that this statement, when examined by the light of facts, is altogether ungrounded and absurd, as the reader will presently perceive. Still, the notion that some deeply mysterious ceremony was celebrated by the initiated has always possessed a charm to the Gentile as well as Mormon minds, and the most extravagant statements have been made in reference to the Endowment House. In fact, to such an extent has this been the case that most, if not all, of the Saints who have passed through the house have looked forward to the period of their initiation as a most impressive and painful ordeal, and the influence of this feeling I myself fully realized. I knew well that no marriage was considered binding unless it had been celebrated in that place. I knew that the Saints, however long they might have been wedded, were under the necessity of being reunited there before they could be considered lawfully married and their children legitimate. According to the highest Mormon authority, no marriage is valid unless the ceremony is performed in the temple. The temple is not yet built, and as Joseph the prophet said, "No fellow can be damned for doing the best he knows how." The Saints meanwhile do the next best thing and are married in the Endowment House. I knew that there and then the faithful were said to be endowed with their heavenly inheritance. I saw how absolutely needful it was that my husband and myself should become partakers of those mysteries. But I was influenced by the strange stories which I had heard of unhallowed and shameful doings in that same endowment house, and consequently I feared to enter in. My fears were not, however, altogether groundless or visionary. It has been whispered, falsely perhaps, that in the endowment house scenes have been enacted so fearful that words would falter on the lips of those who told the tale concerning them. I have heard of such things from men of integrity and honor, but they were not eyewitnesses of what they related, and they could not, or would not, give me their authorities. One thing I am certain of: if such horrible deeds were ever perpetrated within those walls, there remains no living witness to testify of them. The lips who alone could tell the whole truth are sealed in silence, which the trump of doom alone shall break. When I refer the reader to what I have already spoken of the blood atonement and of the Reformation, I think that that plain statement of facts renders it clear to any ordinary intelligence that if in the endowment house no such deeds of darkness were ever perpetrated, it was not because such things were contrary to the spirit of Mormonism, as taught by Brigham Young and the Apostles, nor was it because such things had never been done with the full approbation of the leaders of the Church, but on account of some accidental reason into which it is needless to inquire. It was, of course, no fear of any personal violence or any painful disclosures in that respect that made me reluctant to receive my endowments, for at that time I was by profession apparently a good Mormon. If I had my doubts and misgivings, I had them in common with 9/10 of the Mormon women, and had therefore nothing to fear. The true cause of my reluctance was of a more delicate and personal nature. I had been informed that if I refused to go, my husband could not go alone. He would be compelled to take another wife and go with her. This was not all. I found that it was quite common for the elders to take a second wife when they took their first endowments, and thus, as they coarsely expressed it, kill two birds with one stone. Moreover, I had heard of men who feared to introduce polygamy into their households, presenting to their wives while going through the house a young girl as their intended bride, feeling sure that the wife would not dare to make a scene before the assembly. How could I know that my husband also had not such an idea in his mind? True, I trusted him implicitly, and did not believe it was possible that he could deceive me. But had not men who were universally known for their integrity and honor acted in the same way to their wives? And so, with so many evidences of the best and most honest natures being corrupted by the unrighteous teachings of their religion, could I be blamed for doubting him whom I loved best? Wives out of Utah doubt their own husbands, and very frequently have the best of reasons for doing so. But what woman, other than a Mormon, ever lived in constant dread that her husband, who she knew was devotedly attached to her, would do to her the cruelest wrong that man can inflict and woman can endure, for the sake of his religion and in the Holy Saviour's name? My mind was agitated by conflicting thoughts, sometimes fear and apprehension, sometimes indignation and hatred would make me perfectly reckless. Then love to my husband and thoughts of our little ones calmed my troubled mind, and I was tranquil, until excited by some injury which I witnessed, when once more brooding over the cruel wrongs which in God's name had been inflicted upon the women of Utah, my anger would revive again. There was also another reason why I particularly objected to passing through the endowment house. I had been told many strange and revolting stories about the ceremonies which were there performed, for it is said that in the Nauvoo temple the most disgraceful things were done. About what was done at Nauvoo I can say nothing, as it was before my time, but Still, it is only fair to say that people who in every other relation in life I should have deemed most reliable and trustworthy were my informants respecting those strange stories. Of the Endowments in Utah I can, of course, speak more positively, as I myself passed through them, and I wish to say most distinctly that although the initiation of the Saints into the Kingdom appears now to my mind as a piece of the most ridiculous absurdity, there was nevertheless nothing in it indecent or immoral, of which the reader himself shall presently be the judge. It is an invariable rule among the Mormons, as I have before intimated, for every man or woman to mind his or her own business and nothing else. In this respect they certainly present a good example to the Gentile world. Thus it was that until I myself went through Endowments, I was totally ignorant of what they were, although, of course, so many people with whom I had daily intercourse could so easily have enlightened me if they had been thus minded. With apostates I, of course, had nothing to do, and had it been otherwise, it is most probable that they would have been so much ashamed of the folly of the whole performance that they would not have spoken explicitly about it. Besides this, every Mormon's mouth was closed by the oath of that same Endowment House, the penalty of breaking which was death, a penalty which no one doubted would be sternly enforced. Thus, totally in the dark, and remembering only the strange stories about washings and anointings, and an imitation of the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve clothed in their own innocence alone, it can be no wonder that any modest woman should wish to evade all participation in such scenes. I spoke to my husband about it, and he tried to reassure me, but what he said had rather a contrary effect. Before we left England, when speaking of these ceremonies, my husband told me that they were simply a privilege and a matter of choice. But what a choice! I might go or refuse to go, but if I refused, he must, if he went through it all, take another wife in my place, and as I knew, there would be no difficulty in finding one. I should in consequence be known as a rebellious woman. Annoyance and indignity would be heaped upon me, while within my own house I should be compelled to occupy the position of second wife, as the one who is married first in the Endowment House is considered the first wife and has the control of everything. My husband told me that now he was most anxious to go. He had already been notified 3 times that such was his privilege, and there were, he said, good reasons why we ought gladly to accept the opportunity. It was an honor, he said, for which many people had waited for years. My husband reminded me that we had been married by a Gentile, and while living among the Gentiles, and that, as I said before, our marriage was not valid and our children were not legitimate. Only those children of ours who were born after the ceremony in the Endowment House would be legitimate. The others were outcasts from the kingdom unless we adopted them after our initiation, and thus made them heirs. In any case, poor children, they could never be considered the real heirs. They could only be heirs by adoption. So I agreed to go, trying to persuade myself that it was a sacred duty, for although my faith in Mormonism had been roughly shaken, I still believed that its origin was divine. As we had been but a few weeks in Utah, we had not prepared our temple garments, not thinking that we should be called upon so soon to go through. We had therefore to borrow, as most people do, for the occasion. The temple robe, which is a long, loose, flowing garment, made of white linen or bleached muslin, and reaching to the ankle, had been placed upon us just before we took the oaths. It was gathered to a band about 12 inches long, which rested on the right shoulder, passed across the breast, and came together under the left arm, and was then fastened by a linen belt. This leaves the left arm entirely free. The veil consists of a large square of Swiss muslin, gathered in one corner so as to form a sort of cap to fit the head. The remainder falls down as a veil. The men wear the same kind of undergarment as the women, and their robes are the same, but their head dress is a round piece of linen drawn up with a string and a bow in front, something after the fashion of a Scotch cap. All good Mormons, after they have received their first endowments, get whole suits of temple robes made on purpose for them so they may be ready for use at any time when they are needed. All marriages in the Endowment House are performed in these robes, and in them all saints who have received their endowments are buried. Besides our robes, we were instructed to take with us a bottle of the best olive oil. At 7 o'clock in the morning of the day appointed, we presented ourselves at the door of the Endowment House, and were admitted by Brother Lyon, the Mormon poet. Everything within was beautifully neat and clean, and a solemn silence pervaded the whole place. The only sound that could be heard was the splashing of water, but whence the sound proceeded we could not see. In spite of myself, a feeling of dread and uncertainty respecting what I had to go through would steal over my mind, and I earnestly wished that the day was over. We waited patiently for a little while, and presently a man entered and seated himself at a table placed there for that purpose, upon which was a large book. He opened the book, and then calling each person in turn, he took their names and ages and the names of their fathers and mothers, and carefully entered each particular in the book. Our bottles of oil were then taken from us, and we were supposed to be ready for the ceremony. First we were told to take off our shoes and leave them in the ante-room, and then to take up our bundles and pass into another room beyond. This was a large bath-room, which was divided down the middle by a curtain of heavy material, placed there for the purpose of separating the men from the women. Here my husband left me, he going to the men's and I to the women's division. In the bathroom there were 2 or 3 large bathing tubs, supplied by streams of hot and cold water. We were as much concealed from the men as if we had been in an entirely separate room, and everything was very quiet and orderly. Miss Eliza R. Snow, the poetess, and a Mrs. Whitney were the officiating attendants on that occasion. The former conducted me to one of the bathing tubs, and placing me in it, she proceeded to wash me from the crown of my head to the soles of my feet. As she did this, she repeated various formulas to the effect that I was now washed clean from the blood of this generation, and should never, if I remained faithful, be partaker in the plagues and miseries which were about to come upon the earth. When I had thus been washed clean, she wiped me dry, and then taking a large horn filled with the olive oil which we had brought, she anointed me. The oil was poured from the horn by Mrs. Whitney into the hand of Eliza Snow, who then applied it to me. The horn was said to be the horn of plenty, which, like the widow's cruse of oil, would never fail as long as the ordinance should continue to be administered. In addition to the crown of my head, my eyes, ears, and mouth were also anointed. My eyes, that they might be quick to see; my ears, that they might be apt at hearing; and my mouth, that I might with wisdom speak the words of eternal life. She also anointed my feet, that they might be swift to run in the ways of the Lord. I was then given a certain garment to put on. Now this garment is one peculiar to the Mormon people. It is made so as to envelop the whole body, and it is worn night and day. I was told that after having once put it on, I must never wholly take it off before putting on another, but that I should change one half at a time, and that if I did so I should be protected from disease, and even from death itself, for the bullet of an enemy would not penetrate that garment, and that from it even the dagger's point should be turned aside. It has been said that the prophet Joseph carelessly left off this peculiar garment on the day of his death, and that had he not done so, the rifles of his assassins would have been harmless against him. When thus arrayed, I proceeded to put on a white night-dress and skirt, stockings, and white linen shoes. A new name was then whispered into my ear, which I was told I must never mention to any living soul except my husband in the Endowment House. This name was taken from the Bible, and I was given to understand that it would be the name whereby I should be admitted into the celestial kingdom. This was, of course, very gratifying. A circumstance, however, occurred which took from me all the pride which might have been mine in the possession of a new name. There was among our number a deaf woman. Mrs. Whitney had to tell her her name once or twice over, loud enough for me to hear. And thus I found that her new name, as well as mine, was Sarah. To make the matter worse, another sister whispered, "Why, that is my name too." This entirely dispelled any enthusiasm which otherwise I might have felt. I could well understand that I might yet become a Sarah in Israel, but if we were all Sarahs, there would not be much distinction or honor in being called by that name. As a matter of course, I supposed that the men would all become Abrahams. Our washing and anointing being now over, we were ready for the initiation. There were 15 couples in all. A voice from behind the curtain asked Miss Snow if we were ready, and was answered in the affirmative. We were then arranged in a row, the curtain was drawn aside, and we stood face to face with the men who had, of course, on their side of the curtain, been put through the same ordeal. I felt dreadfully nervous, for I did not know what was coming next, and I could not quite dismiss from my mind the stories that I had heard about these mysteries. But in spite of my nervousness, curiosity was strong in me at that moment, as it was, I suppose, in the others, for as soon as the curtain was drawn aside, we all cast our eyes in the direction of the men. They, as might be expected, were looking in our direction, and when I beheld them, I must say that my sympathies were drawn out towards the poor creatures. However little vanity or personal pride they possessed, they must have felt it unpleasant to have to appear in the presence of ladies in such a dress, or rather undress, and notwithstanding the solemn meaning of the ceremony, there was just the ghost of a smile upon our faces as we looked at each other and dropped our eyes again. To anyone who did not feel as we did the religious nature of the initiation, the scene must have appeared perfectly ludicrous. In fact, some of us felt it so. One sister, just as the curtain was drawn up and we came in full view of our lords, cried out, "Oh dear, oh dear! Where shall I go? What shall I do?" This, as may be supposed, caused a laugh, which was of course immediately suppressed. We could see how the men looked, but of our own appearance we could not so easily judge. Certainly we must have looked anything but handsome in our white garments, and with the oil trickling down our faces and into our eyes, making them smart and look red. There was nothing, however, for us to do but to submit quietly and make the best of it we could. Ashamed as I was, I thought I might venture to look at my husband. There could be no harm in that. But when I saw his demure-looking countenance and his efforts to keep his clothing in order, I thought I should be compelled to laugh outright, for I could see that his thoughts were more occupied about his personal appearance than with the solemnity of the occasion. The men were all dressed in the same kind of garment as the women, drawers and shirt all in one, very much like those which are used for children to sleep in, and over that an ordinary white shirt such as men always wear. That, with socks and white linen shoes, completed their toilette. Clad after this interesting fashion, we sat opposite to each other for several minutes, and then my husband and myself were instructed to come forward and kneel at the altar, while all the rest remained standing. It is the custom thus to select two persons, and we were either picked out by chance, or it might be, as my husband was thought a good deal of by the authorities, that they considered he would feel honored by the preference. Suddenly a voice was heard speaking to some one, who also replied. This voice from the unseen was supposed to be the voice of Elohim in conversation with Jehovah, and the words that were used were much the same as those contained in the first chapter of the book of Genesis, describing the creation of the world. Finally, Jehovah and Elohim declare their intention to come down and visit the earth. This they do, and pronounce all that they behold very good. But they declare that it is necessary that one of a higher order of intelligence than the brute creation should be placed in the world to govern and control all else. Michael the archangel is now called, and he is placed upon the earth under the name of Adam, and power is given him over all the beasts of the field, the fowls of the air, and the fishes of the sea. Moreover, the fruits of the earth are all given to him for his sustenance and pleasure. But he is strictly charged, as in the Bible story, not to eat of one particular tree which stands in the midst of the garden. This tree is represented by a small, real evergreen, and a few bunches of dried raisins are hung upon it as fruit. It is now discovered that it is not good for man to be alone. Elohim and Jehovah, therefore, hold another conversation upon that subject, and they finally determine to give a companion to Adam. They therefore cause a deep sleep to fall upon Michael, or Adam as he is now called, and they prepare to operate upon him. Here we were all instructed to assume the attitude of deep sleep by dropping our heads upon our breasts. Elohim and Jehovah then came down and go through the motions of removing a rib from the side of the sleeper, which said rib appears immediately upon the scene in the person of Eliza R. Snow. Elohim and Jehovah are generally represented by 2 of the 12 apostles. When Brigham is present, he plays a prominent part. And now the devil makes his appearance in the person of W. W. Phelps. Phelps used always to personate the devil in the endowments, and the role suited him admirably. He is dead now, but whether it has made any difference in his status I cannot tell, nor do I know who has succeeded him in his office. The devil wears a very tight-fitting suit of black muslin, with knee breeches and black stockings and slippers. This dress had all the appearance of a theatrical costume, and the man himself looked as much like one might imagine the devil would look as he possibly could. He began by trying to scrape acquaintance with Eve, whom he meets while taking a walk in the garden. The innocent, unsuspecting woman is fascinated by his attentions. Father Adam, who seems to have had a touch of the Mormon about him, perhaps was not the most attentive of husbands, or he may have fallen into the same error into which many of his sons have fallen since, neglecting to pay the same attentions after marriage as he was wont to before, and left his young wife to the mercy of the tempter. However that may be, Satan and Eve are soon discovered in conversation together, and Eve appears to be particularly pleased with Satan. At length he offers her some of the fruit of the forbidden tree, and after some little demur, she accepts it and eats thereof. Then the devil leaves her, Adam makes his appearance, and Eve persuades him also to eat of the fruit of the tree. After this, they make a dumb show of perceiving their condition, and an apron of white linen is produced, on which are sewn pieces of green silk in imitation of fig leaves, and in these they both attire themselves. Then all the brethren and sisters produced similar aprons, which they had brought with them on purpose, and these they put on as Adam and Eve had already done. Elohim now appeared again and called Adam, but Adam was afraid and hid himself in the garden with Eve. The curse was now pronounced upon the serpent, the devil, who reappears upon his hands and knees, making a hissing noise, as one might suppose a serpent would do. We were then all driven out of the Garden of Eden into another room, which represented the world, and this ended the first degree. We were now supposed to be out in the world, earning our daily bread by the sweat of our brows, and we were informed that although we had been driven out from the presence of the Lord, yet a plan of salvation would be devised for us, by which we should be enabled to return to our first estate. We were to wait patiently until this plan should be disclosed to us. There was here such a mixture of persons and events that I could not exactly follow the idea that was intended to be conveyed, if there was any idea at all. Men representing the ancient prophets entered, and gave instructions to the people to prepare themselves for the first coming of our Savior upon the earth. Then we were taught certain passwords and grips, and then we were all arranged in a circle. The women covered their faces with their veils, and we all kneeled down, and with our right hands uplifted towards heaven, we took the solemn oath of obedience and secrecy. I myself made a movement with my hand, for I believed that my life was at stake, and I dared not do otherwise. The words of the oath I did not utter. We swore that by every means in our power we would seek to avenge the death of Joseph Smith, the prophet, upon the Gentiles who had caused his murder, and that we would teach our children to do so. We swore that without murmuring or questioning we would implicitly obey the commands of the priesthood in everything. We swore that we would not commit adultery, which was explained to mean the taking of wives without the permission of the holy priesthood, and we swore that we would never under any circumstances reveal that which transpired in the Endowment House. The penalty for breaking this oath, which was worded in the most startling and impressive way, was then explained to us. The throat of the traitor was to be cut from ear to ear, his heart and tongue were to be cut out, and his bowels were, while he was yet living, to be torn from him. In the world to come, everlasting damnation would be his portion. Let not the reader think that this was merely an imaginary penalty, or that it was expressed merely for the purpose of frightening the weak-minded, for I have already shown that punishments quite as horrible as that have been deliberately meted out to the apostate, the Gentile, and the suspected saint by the Mormon priesthood. The innocent blood which cries for vengeance against Brigham Young and some of the leaders of the church is sufficient to weigh the purest spirit which stands before the throne of God down to the nethermost abysses of hell. After these fearful oaths had been taken with due solemnity, we were instructed in the various signs representing those dreadful penalties, and we were also given a grip peculiar to this degree. We were next entertained by a long address from the Apostle Heber C. Kimball. Never in my life, except from Brigham Young, had I listened to such disgusting language, and I trust I never shall be compelled to listen to anything like it again. Brother Kimball always used to pride himself upon using plain language, But that day I think he surpassed himself. He seemed to take quite a pleasure in saying anything which could make us blush. The subject of which he discoursed was the married life in the celestial order. He also laid great stress upon the necessity of our keeping silence concerning all that we had witnessed in the Endowment House. Even husbands to their wives and wives to their husbands were not to utter a single word. With the sermon ended our second degree. We were now taken to another room for the purpose of passing through the third degree of the order of the Melchizedek priesthood. When we were all arranged on one side against the wall, a number of individuals entered who were supposed to represent the ministers of every denomination and religion upon the face of the earth. The devil also makes his appearance again. The ministers set forth the various claims of their respective creeds, each one striving to show that his is the purest and the best. But the devil sows division and hatred among them, and a good deal of confusion ensues. Then came in personages representing Peter, James, and John, the apostles, and they commanded ministers, devil, and all to depart. They then appeared to organize a new church in which the true principles of the gospel were to be taught. Our temple robes were also all changed from the right shoulder to the left, indicating that we were now in the true church, and that we were to be absolutely and in every way dependent upon the priesthood. Another grip was then given to us, and thus we received the third degree of the order of Melchizedek priesthood. In that room was a division made of bleached muslin. In the division a door, and in the door a hole, with a lap of muslin over it, through which to pass the hand. Whoever was on the other side could see us, but we could not see them. The men first approached this door. A person representing the Apostle Peter appeared at the opening and demanded who was there. He was told that someone desired to enter. Hands came through the opening in the muslin curtain, and mysterious fingers cut a mark on the left breast of the men's shirts, one mark also over the abdomen, and one over the right knee, which marks the women religiously imitated upon their own garments when they got home. The applicant was then told to put his hand through the opening and give the last grip belonging to the third degree, and mention his new name. He was then permitted to enter. This was called going beyond the veil. When the men were all admitted, the women were suffered to approach, and were passed through by their own husbands. When a woman has no husband, she is passed through by one of the brethren, and to those who are not going to be married or sealed for eternity, here the ceremonies end. Now, as I before stated, according to Mormon ideas, we had never before been legally married. It was therefore necessary that we should now pass through that ceremony. We accordingly were conducted to a desk where our names were entered, and we were then passed into another room. In that room was a long, low altar covered with red velvet, and an armchair placed at one end of it, in which sat Brigham Young. My husband knelt at one side of the altar, and I at the other, with our hands clasped above it in the last grip which had been given to us. Then the ordinary formula of marriage was gone through with, and we were informed that we were sealed for time and for eternity. Thus we passed through the mysteries of the Endowment House, and at 3:00 in the afternoon we found ourselves at liberty to return home. The various ceremonies had occupied 8 hours. When we reached home, my husband said, "Well, what do you think of the endowments?" But I did not dare to answer him truthfully at that time. Had I done so, I should have told him that I was ashamed and disgusted. Never in all my life did I suffer such humiliation as I did that day, For the whole time I was under the impression that those who officiated looked upon us as a set of silly dupes, and I felt annoyed to think that I dared not tell them so. So I told my husband that I would rather not speak about it, and we never have spoken of it to this day. What were his own feelings about the matter I do not know, for Mormon wives are taught never to pry into their husbands' feelings or meddle with their actions. But notwithstanding all my feelings in reference to the Endowments, so foolish was I that when I afterwards heard the brethren and sisters talking about the happiness which they had experienced while going through, and saying how privileged we ought to feel at being in Zion among the saints of God, secure in His kingdom where we could bring up our children in the fear of the Lord, I began again to think that the fault was all in myself, and that it was I who was wrong, and not the Endowments. I wondered how, with such a rebellious heart, I should ever get salvation, and I mourned to think that I had not accepted everything with the simplicity of a child. Some time after our initiation, I met the Apostle Heber C. Kimball, and he asked me how I felt upon the occasion. I frankly told him all, but added that I regretted feeling so. He said, "I shall see if you cannot go through again. It is not just the thing, but I shall try and make the opportunity." Nothing more, however, was said about it, but that which troubled me most was the fact that while the oaths were being administered, I dropped my hand and inwardly vowed that I would never subscribe to such things, and at the same time my heart was filled with bitter opposition. This, although I did it involuntarily, my better nature rising within me and overcoming my superstition, I thought at the time was sinful. I now, however, rejoice that such was the case, for not having actually vowed to keep secret those abominable oaths, I can say without any cavil or equivocation that I have broken no promise and betrayed no trust by the discoveries which I have just made. I wish distinctly to make this statement. Others have more or less divulged the oaths of the Endowment House, and have excused themselves with much doubtful sophistry. I never really took the oaths, although present, and therefore no one can charge me with treachery. At a later date, some of the sisters kindly suggested that the spirit of the evil one had entered into me at that time. But this was at least a very inconsistent statement, for the Mormons believe that no evil spirit can enter into the Endowment House. Of one thing I am certain. I was then indeed a miserable slave, with no one to stretch forth a kindly hand and strike away the fetters of my mental degradation, and lead me forth into light and liberty. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Tell It All. Secrets of Saintly Spouses, a visit from my talkative friend. Not long after I had received my endowments, my talkative friend, of whom I have already spoken, came to see me and to offer her congratulations. She was quite enthusiastic upon the subject, spoke of the honor which had been conferred upon us, and promised to call frequently to build me up. She was particularly anxious to learn whether I did not feel much better and happier now. On that point I could say little, for to have answered her truthfully would have provoked discussion, into which I did not care to enter. I knew, too, that anything I said to her would soon be known to everyone else, so I told her that I was feeling well enough. "Well enough," she said, "is that how you feel? Come now, I thought you would have got over all that when you had been through your endowments. You remind me of what Brother Brigham says. We have so many whining women in Zion that it is quite a reproach. I do hope that you are not going to become one of them. Let me give you a bit of advice. The wisest thing you can do is to look out for another wife for your husband and get him to marry her." "Oh my," I said, "what are you talking about? You surely cannot be in earnest." "I was never more earnest in my life," she answered. "If you had persuaded your husband to take another wife when you went through your endowments, you would have got over all your troubles at one time. The anticipation is 10 times worse than the reality." "I do not see it in that light," I said. "My own opinion is that my troubles in that case would only then have begun. I do not think that you yourself are really happy." "Oh, nonsense!" she exclaimed. "Why, you can see how happy I am. My husband has 2 other wives besides myself, and a more comfortable family could not be." "You never told me," I said, "how your husband managed to get those wives. I should like to hear." "My husband managed? Why, he did not manage at all. It was I who arranged everything for him, and I'll tell you how it was done. During the Reformation," she continued, "you of course know the men were constantly urged to take more wives, but my husband was rather backward, and used to tell me there was plenty of time and not the slightest occasion for him to be in a hurry. I had my own opinion of the matter and did not agree with him, for you see I was afraid that after all he would pick up some young girl or other and fall in love with her, and all my plans would be disarranged. It is, you know, much the best for the first wife to look out for some girl who will look up to her and respect her, but not love her husband too much, and then they are likely to get on well together. If the first wife selects the other wives, it has the effect of showing them that the husband thinks much of her judgment and is willing to abide by it, and that they will have to do the same. This, of course, is as it should be, but if she lets her husband choose his own wife, he is almost certainly to take a fancy to someone whom the first wife does not like at all, and consequently her authority is undermined. The first wife ought to keep all the power in her own hands." "Well," I said, "I should not care much, I think, who ruled in my home if another wife was there." "You think so now," she replied, "but when you get used to polygamy you will feel quite otherwise. People get used to it, the women as well as the men, and then they leave off fretting and become less selfish. But I was going to tell you how I managed my husband. I was very anxious, as I told you, to find another wife for him, and I took into consideration all the suitable girls I knew. There was some objection to almost every one. Some were too pretty, and I knew I should detest them, and others were not good looking, and those my husband could not bear. So I waited patiently, but did not give up the hope of succeeding eventually. At last I met with a girl who I thought would do. She was certainly not bad looking, but she was very young, and I thought I should be able to manage her. The name of this girl was Alice Maynard. She was a neighbor of ours and one of a large family. She seemed to me to be a quiet, modest little creature, and I knew that she had to work hard and received very little in return. In fact, she led at home a life of drudgery, and even her very clothing bore witness to the poverty of the family. Her mother had often told me that she felt badly for Alice, for Mr. Maynard had 3 other wives, and it was more than he could do to support them all properly. I called one day upon Mrs. Maynard to broach the matter to her. She received me very kindly and entered into my views at once. She was anxious, she said, for Alice to get married, for then she would be better off. I asked her how she would like her to marry my husband, and told her that we were very comfortably off, as you know we are, and that my husband owned his house and lot and was doing a very good business, and of course ought to take another wife. Would she agree to my proposal and let me mention Alice to him? She said she herself had no objection, but that perhaps my husband might not like Alice, or Alice might not like him. I felt indignant at the idea that any girl should hesitate to marry my husband, and I told Sister Maynard that there could not possibly be any hesitation on Alice's part. "I'm sure I have no objection," she said, "if Alice has none. I should only be too happy to see my child in a more comfortable home." "Well, then, we'll consider the matter settled," I said, and asked if I could see Alice. So her mother called her in, and I proposed to her for my husband. You can guess perhaps how astonished I was when she actually laughed in my face and said she should like to consider the matter. I did not, however, show her what I thought, but assented to what she said, and invited her to come and take tea with us. My husband had often told me when I was teasing him about taking another wife that he would willingly marry any girl I might choose for him, and I felt pleased at this, for it showed confidence in my judgment. So when he came in later in the day, I told him I had found a wife for him at last, and that I knew he would like her. "Why, Anne," he said, "I do believe you are going crazy over the wife question, but if you are, I do not want you to drive me crazy also." I really thought this was too bad, after all my trouble for him, but nevertheless I was resolved that the marriage should take place. 3 days after that, in accordance with my invitation, Alice came to take tea with us, and I fixed her up to look nice. When she was ready, I took her into the parlor to introduce her to my husband, who was sitting there reading. "Henry," I said, "this is Miss Maynard, the young lady of whom I spoke to you the other day." He looked up from his paper and, to my astonishment, said, "Why, Alice, my girl, how do you do? How are mother and father?" "What," I said, "do you know Alice, Henry?" "Certainly I do," he answered. "Alice and I have met many times before this, haven't we, Alice?" "Yes, sir," she said, and oh, so demurely. Why, Sister Stenhouse, I began to think that I had actually been deceived, and that while I had innocently supposed that I had found out the girl myself, it was the very one upon whom my husband had had his eye for a long while past. I watched them, however, very narrowly, for I was determined that if my husband had really taken a fancy for the girl, he should never have her. "Why, that would have facilitated matters, would it not?" I said. "Do you think," she replied, "that I would have allowed them to marry if they loved each other? No, indeed. The saints marry from principle, and not from love, as Brother Brigham has often told us. I hope you believe me, dear, when I say that I'm not at all a jealous woman, but if my husband dared to fall in love with a girl and to hide it from me, I could not stand it, I am sure. No, principle is the only thing. There can be no love in polygamy. If a man loved his wife, do you think he could have the heart to pain her by taking another? On the other hand, it is because of the love which still remains in their hearts, and which they weary themselves to crush out, that so many of the first wives are miserable. But I am going to tell you about Alice. I was mistaken in thinking that my husband had been paying her any attentions. It appeared that he was acquainted with her father and mother, and that at their house he had frequently seen the child Alice, but never supposed she was the Miss Maynard of whom I had spoken. But now they had come together at last, and she to him, and really I sometimes almost thought that they wished to ignore me altogether. I did not let them waste much time fussing with one another, but they got on very rapidly, nevertheless, and before I had had time to arrange matters properly, my husband told me that to please me he was going to marry Alice. Only fancy me being pleased at him marrying Alice. Why, it wasn't to please myself that I introduced the child to him, but simply because if he must have another wife, it certainly was best for me to choose one whom I could manage. However, they were married not long after, and really I think I never was more disgusted in my life than I was on that occasion. I was not jealous, but I do think he might have paid her a little less attention. In fact, I quite regretted, when it was too late, that I had ever brought them together. The Mormon men always do make themselves silly over their new wives, and I did not expect my husband to be an exception to the rule, but I was perfectly astonished at the change that took place in Alice. Instead of the quiet, modest girl she used to be, she put on all sorts of airs and treated me as if I were not of the slightest consequence. I couldn't stand that, and I resolved, if it were only to take the pride out of her, I would get my husband to marry another wife still. He wouldn't object, I knew, for he takes life very easily, and he has a great respect for my opinion. Besides which, he is quite well enough off to support 3 wives, and as a matter of duty, if nothing else, he ought to do so. That would soon bring Miss Alice to a proper state of mind, and she needed something of the sort, for do you know she had actually made that silly husband of mine think she ought to be treated with the same consideration as myself. Well, but, I said, if the principle of polygamy is of God, it is only just that all the wives should be treated alike. If my husband were to marry another woman, much as it would pain me, I should certainly treat her as an equal. Then she replied, if you do so, you will find that the first wives will have nothing to do with you. You will find, when you come to be better acquainted with the people here, that the first wives do not waste much love over the polygamic wives, and of course, as a rule, the polygamic wives detest the first wives. Then the plural wives get together and talk all manner of evil about the first wives, who do pretty much the same in respect to them. It is only natural that they should do so. But I was going to tell you, she continued, how I selected the third wife. There was an immigrant train expected in every day, and you know when the immigrants arrive, all those women who want wives for their husbands, and all those men who want to choose for themselves, go down to the camping ground, and if they see a girl who takes their fancy, they ask her if she has got a place to go, and if she has not, they offer to receive her themselves. There are hundreds of young girls who arrive here without anyone to look after them, and who are only too glad to accept a home for the winter. Now this was exactly what I did. I went down to the camp and looked around for myself, and at last my eyes rested upon a young woman of about 30 or 35 years of age, who I thought would be a more suitable wife for my husband than that giggling chit that I chose for him at first. I decided at once that she would do, so I went up to her and asked her if she had any friends. She said she had a brother living in the city, but when I explained to her how we were situated, and said that I should like her to come and stay with us till she could look round a little for herself, she agreed at once. Now, I thought, Miss Alice, we shall see whether you are going to have things all your own way any longer. I told her, however, as well as my husband, that I had brought home a sister to stay with us a while, and they received her very kindly, and she soon made herself very useful and agreeable to us all. The bishop came and talked to my husband, and he made no difficulty at all in acceding to my wishes, and before long he made our visitor wife number 3, and Alice, as a matter of course, lost a good deal of her influence over him. For my own part, I am much more comfortable. The 2 plural wives do nearly all the work, and I have little else to do than superintend the household and enjoy myself. My husband is one of those quiet sort of men who never interfere with domestic affairs, and I have matters pretty much my own way now. The only thing that annoys me is his fondness for Alice, who makes herself appear most amiable to him, deceitful thing. I can't break him out of that, but I often tell him that he will find her out some day. He tells me that he looks upon her as a child, and feels like a father towards her. No woman, he says, can ever have his love but me. That sounds all very well, but as for believing it, that is quite another thing. I keep my eye on them and watch them well." "But," I said, "it appears to me that it would have been far better if you had never given him another wife at all. You would have been saved from annoyance, and the privacy of your home would not have been disturbed. I am the more surprised as your husband did not himself desire it." "When you understand better the order of the kingdom, you will not speak in that way," she said. "Do you suppose that I should be satisfied to be the wife of a man who could not exalt me in the celestial kingdom, a man with only one wife? Why, I have often told my husband that if he did not get other wives, I would leave him. It is necessary for a man to have 2 wives at least, if he would enter into the celestial kingdom. That is why I have been so anxious to get wives for my husband. At the same time, there is no necessity for him to fall in love and act in a silly way over them. The only way in such a case is to set one to watch the other, and then they are pretty certain to keep the old man straight. You think perhaps that I don't feel all this, but you must not be deceived by appearances. I try to do the will of heaven with a smile on my face, and the brethren have often told me that if the other sisters were more like me, they would not have so much difficulty in establishing polygamy. But dear me, Sister Stenhouse, what a long talk we've had. I'll come and see you soon again, for my husband will be home to supper by this time." So she left me wondering over her strange story of a woman's experience in supplying her own husband with wives. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Tell It All. Social life in Salt Lake City, ballrooms, wallflowers, and divorce. Spring opened bright and beautiful, and I began to feel more at home in Zion and more contented with my position. I do not, however, mean that I was satisfied with polygamy, or that I contemplated calmly the prospect of my husband taking a plurality of wives, but that I had begun to adapt myself to the manners and customs of the saints, and had already formed many of those pleasant intimacies which lend such a charm to life. My talkative friend was a constant visitor at our house, and her strange views of life and of that all-absorbing subject, the management of man under the plural wife system, together with her lively conversation and unceasing flow of spirits, made her visits acceptable, and she often banished from my mind thoughts which, if unchecked, would have made my life unbearable. Her husband, too, poor creature, sometimes followed in her train, and on one occasion she actually brought Alice with her, that I might see what sort of a girl she was. I found her quite good-looking, intelligent, and as pleasant a little body as one could wish to know, but at the same time I detected in the expression of her features, lively and self-reliant as she was, too many traces of that look of subdued sadness which casts a cloud over the countenance of every woman living in polygamy. Other friends besides I had, too numerous to mention, friends whom I had known in England, and whom I had wept over the horrors of polygamy when it was first announced, and dear Swiss friends, not a few, who had come to Zion before us, and were now quite settled and at home. 2 faces I longed to see, but of their owners I could at first get no tidings. Poor dear Madame Bellif, my old Swiss friend, who in past days had shown me so many kindnesses, and whom I had so tenderly loved, where was she? Somewhere I knew in Zion, but not in Salt Lake City, and to the chapter of accidents I felt that I must leave it, whether I ever saw her again or not. And there too was Mary Burton, with all her sweet winning ways, she whom I had known as a child, whose early womanhood had been darkened by apprehensions of that accursed abomination, polygamy, who had suffered that terrible martyrdom upon the plains, who for aught I knew might at that very time need most my sympathy and sisterly love. Oh, where was she? Poor Mary, might it not be that, worn out with the fearful sufferings which she had endured, she had gone to that peaceful rest which she had so vainly sought on earth? I had asked every one who came across my path who was likely to know whether they could give me any information as to where she was, but I could learn nothing more than that not long after their arrival she and her husband had left the city and had gone to one of the settlements in southern Utah. I had therefore to wait in uncertainty for any chance which might accidentally bring us again together. I was very glad that the winter was over, for we had had rather a rough time during our first months in Salt Lake City, and the various associations of our life had tended rather to strengthen than to relieve my apprehensions respecting the future. The ball season, which of course I cannot pass by in silence, had been a source of annoyance, and I may say disgust, to me. I had seen so much that was unpleasant at those balls, and although what I witnessed did not then affect me personally, yet it was painful to see others suffer, and to hear poor women whose hearts were crushed and broken tell each other in whispers the sorrow which had blighted their existence. Dancing was always very popular among the Saints, and the leading men among them have wisely fostered a taste for it. When the people first went out to Utah, as may be supposed, life was hard and amusements were few. The Mormons, as a body, are examples of industry and diligence. To them, labor is one of the cardinal virtues, and like all other pioneers, they found plenty of employment for their energies. Houses had to be built, land prepared for cultivation, the commonest necessaries of life to be manufactured or raised, and busy hands were perpetually engaged in 1,000 useful industries, and the dust of toil was washed from the careful brow. It was but natural that the need of a little recreation should be felt. So in very early days Brigham built a theatre, and a very fair amount of histrionic talent was developed among the Saints. The social hall, in which were held balls, public entertainments, and other amusements, was used for histrionic performances before the theatre was built. Brigham owned the theatre. Money was to be made out of it, and the chance of making money Brother Brigham never permitted to slip through his fingers. Brigham's eyes were sharp enough to see that a theatre would be to him a source of profit, but he did not look far enough. That theatre, under the immediate direction of the Prophet, with his own daughters acting in it, with the plays which were performed under his own censorship, has been one of the many causes which have perceptibly, although perhaps indirectly, shaken the hold which Mormonism had upon many a woman's mind. A man would probably witness the performance of a play with no other thought than the remembrance of an hour's amusement, but not so a woman. To her the play suggested something more, and her daughters would share her thoughts. Daily and hourly, it might be, the effects of polygamy would be brought under their notice as a matter affecting themselves personally. They might be firm in the faith, but the observant instincts of their sex could never be wholly crushed. They would notice the neglect which wives endured even from good husbands. They would see a man leaving the wife of his youth, the mother of his children, and careless of the cruel wrong he did her, leave her in lonely sorrow while he was spending his time in love-making with some young girl who might have been his daughter. They would see a wife crushing out from her heart the holiest impulses which God had implanted there, striving to destroy all affection for him whose dearest treasure that affection should have been, because indeed polygamy could not exist with love, and themselves personally feel the degradation and misery of the celestial order of marriage. And that to them would be the practical picture of life. But in the theatre, short-sighted Brigham, to allow it to be so, another picture would be presented for their consideration. A picture, it might be, ideal in its details and surroundings, but true to the letter and the lesson which it conveyed and the thoughts which it suggested. The disgusting, the brutalizing cruelties of polygamy were never represented on the stage. Thoughts so coarse, so sensual could never inspire the true poet's pen. No, the tale of love, as the poet tells it, is all that is refined and chaste and delicate and pure. The commingling of two souls, the unison of two loving hearts, the hopes, the aspirations, the tender, joyful sorrows of two fond natures, of two alone. Such is the picture presented as the ideal of the beautiful and of the good. Then, too, the delicate attentions of the devoted lover, his happiness even in the shadow of a smile from her, the lofty pedestal upon which to his imagination she stands, a queen and peerless, or the confiding love of the heroine of the story, blushingly confessing to herself that there is one heart on earth which is all her own, and in which none but herself can ever rule or reign. The Mormon women are not devoid of common sense, nor are they destitute of those quick perceptions which under all circumstances distinguish their sex.